You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. So glad to have you with us on what has turned out to be an absolutely beautiful Friday afternoon here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Feeling like summer again out there. Glad to have you with us as we have some stakes action today to look forward to, as well as I welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. I'm your host, Acacia Clemana, and as we take a look at race 7, Andy, the grade 2 Beldame, a nice little appetizer for the jam-packed stakes schedule we have tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some great Beldames over the years, a lot of great horses running in it. Unfortunately, with the in this division, it's very hard to get particularly competitive races. And with the second choice Majestic Oops coming out, who randomized to beat in the Molly Pitcher, randomized is going to be very much the horse to beat. Now, she's a legitimate grade 1 quality horse with a win over Indy Matic last year in the Phipps, winning the Alabama as well, winning this race 2 years ago. And the good randomized, when she can clear the lead, we saw in the Molly Pitcher, but she is a little bit unreliable.
She is, as we saw.
Maybe more than a little bit.
Yes, a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. As you mentioned, we saw dominant score in this Molly Pitcher. She disappointed in the personal ensign against Torpedo Anna and Dorth Vader last time out. She's been disappointing in some other races, including the Ogden Phipps this year, the personal ensign last year with a stumble at the start too. But she did win this race, the Beldame, back in 2023, and we'll look to use this race to get it back on track, potentially moving her on to the Breeders' Cup.
She's had a terrific career when she shows up and runs her races. She almost won the Breeders' Cup, finishing second in that race 2 years ago. The distaffed Idiomatic, and a very, very good effort. The good randomized is too good for these horses. Will we see the good randomized today? That's the eternal question.
Here's a look at what else is coming up today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Due to some of the rain that we had yesterday, we will only have races 3 and 8 on the turf today. The other scheduled turf races are off the grass this afternoon, 4, 6, and 9. So do take note of that, especially if you're playing that pick 6, as we have a nearly just shy of $26,000 carryover. We're fast and good to start the day. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NyraBet. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you can start winning today. Join now at nyrabets.com. As we take a look at the field for the opener, a New York bred allowance going a mile on the main track. Just goes to show, by the way, this board is right now, Andy, it's a pretty evenly matched and wide open field.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? You've got 5 of the players between 7-2 and 9-2, 3 7-2 shots, and it is that kind of race. There's absolutely nobody in here that should be a very, very big favorite. You and I had very different opinions in this race. You're hoping Sweet Anniversary, getting Kendrick can maybe wire the field. I can understand that argument. I'm going to try Stracco, who's been running against some better horses their last couple of starts, but I don't think there's any way to look at this race, and I think 3-1 and Stracco is too low, and you might even agree 7-2 is a little low on the horse that you like, the number 6. It's very hard to look at this race and say, I absolutely love this horse in here. If you do, I hope you're right.
Absolutely. Tough to have a strong opinion, and the board does reflect that pretty evenly matched group, and a lot, of course, will depend on trip. Stracco currently highlighted as your tepid 7-2 favorite. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the 1, Kara's Dreamweaver. Yeah,
she's actually the biggest price in this race as she cuts back like a number of these do from 1.8 to a mile. Just 1 for 16 lifetime.
There's Amy's Light. You could make a case for her.
No question about it. She's got races 4 and 5 back that are good enough to beat this field. 1 in a fast track, 1 in a muddy sealed track, and she's second off a little bit of a layoff.
There's Capital Gal, slight cutback in distance.
Yeah, she's an awfully big price as she cuts back as well. Her figures overall not necessarily fast enough, at least in New York.
Next went Stracco. More on her in a moment. There's Sweet Anniversary.
Yeah, I think you're hoping that Kendrick's aggressive with her. Can she be the main speed with higher force outside of her?
Speaking of higher force, there she is.
She ran huge off the claim for Rudy last time, as Barr has been doing well. And based only on her last race, she might be the horse to beat. The question is, can she repeat it?
And out last in the post parade, there's Dream on Kara.
Yeah, she's in good form, winning 2 straight races, but I think that she found sort of the right situations in Saratoga. Not sure she's going to get the pace she needs to run out here trying to win at a mile.
Can she make it 3 in a row as she stretches out in distance and steps up in class? That's the field For the first race of the day, back to the 5, Straka, as this is a horse that you touched on, Andy. She's only, well, since coming off that layoff from February, she's had 2 starts, and she's faced some pretty salty crews in those 2 races that she did finish 3rd in each.
I thought she showed some promise when she won her maiden convincingly at the end of her 2-year-old year. Didn't work out in the Eastview, and she hasn't run great in her 2 races, but I feel like she's been running against horses that might be a little bit better than these, and I thought a little bit of class relief could get it done. I wouldn't want anything below 3-1. Even 3-1 seems like at best the best, a little bit of a marginal price. She was, though, 7-2 morning line.
Slight stretch out in distance to the mile today. Tepid favorite, as you touched on, at 3-1 right now. As to the outside, the number 7, Higher Force. She did run well last time when going out to the lead. First off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. That's faster than anything she ran, though, with some sharp outfits prior. Can she repeat that effort?
Well, I don't know. That's really the eternal question here. Maybe she just improved for Rudy, and the reality is Rudy's barn's been going very well since coming down to New York, so I can understand why she has some followers. My problem is she's somewhat of a one-number horse.
See if she can do it again. Horses warming up, though. For more, let's check in for the first time today. Maggie Wolfendale, trackside. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Keish, and I think you guys really hit the nail on the head when it comes to this race. And I walked into the paddock, you know, kind of having who I liked with handicapping, and then who I liked in handicapping completely underwhelmed me when looking at them in the paddock. And one of those is sorry guys, I'm going a little bit off. Oh, you went to 3, well done. Capital Gal in here for Jorge Abreu. In that, and look, she's 6-1, so that's a generous price. And I thought she ran very well, considering that she was kind of taken in hand to rate outside just off the pace. And that horse that she was dueling with finished up the track, while Royal Bobby, who did take a lot of money that day, you know, was the one closing from well off of it. And I thought she held in gamely to be second. The problem is what the problem always is with her, is she's just so light. There is not much of her whatsoever, and I wish she looked a little bit better in her coat. She's kind of gone the wrong way when it comes to that. She's just a bit long and wispy, which you tend to see with these nights getting cooler, especially with the fillies. But I'll say that she definitely warmed up a little bit in my eyes when watching the warm-up, moving incredibly well out there, and she looks to be forward. Now, I have no problems with your favorite in here in Straka. I've just danced with her so many times, I want a new partner. And I'm gonna go to number 7 in here, which is a little bit against what my you know, ultimate feeling is with her, is that she is a horse that wants 2 turns, but Higher Force is one that just looks incredible. Well. I like what I'm seeing from her on paper. I'm liking what I'm seeing from her physically too, and really moving well. Her and the 3 definitely got the best check marks when watching these warm-ups. Now, I like the draw for her, but again, I think it was easier for her to assume that lead position when going the 9 furlongs for the first time. And I had been waiting since she began her career for her to go the 2 turns. But unfortunately, around here, those races just don't feel, they don't write them that often. I still stand by my, you know, initial inclination that she is a horse that wants 2 turns, but I'm going to take her today in a very murky race. I'll give a quick shout out to number 2, Amy's Light, who was coming off a little bit of a freshening, and boy, did she look like she needed a freshening prior to that. She just looked like a tired horse. While she looked fine, you know, from a conditioning standpoint, she would walk around the paddock with her head on the ground. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for her last try on September 14th, but she's so much more alert, so much more awake. She just looks fresher, if you will, Acacia, as she gets back in with New York breds, and I've always felt as she's a little bit of an overachieving sort.
She certainly is, Maggie. Thank you. I had kind of written down last time that she looked much the same, so it is good news that Amy's Light perked up, feeling herself today. So let's see what she does, stretching out in distance as she is taking a bit of attention as well. Back over to the 7 Higher Force, as Maggie was touching on her maybe being a bit more of a 1.125 type. And you were kind of touching on, Andy, why we will see more of the 1-turn miles here at Aqueduct versus up at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually don't have a problem with the Wilson shoot, but it can be a bit of a problematic course at times, and I think so we're more inclined to run the 1.5 1/8 routes up in Saratoga. Whereas here, with the long extended run, the mile races, you're going to see those races at a mile here more often than you will in Saratoga. I just think it's about the courses in general. I have no problem with Higher Force. Maybe she just got better off the claim for Rudy. It was the end of the meet. Maybe there was a harbinger of how well Rudy was going to do at the meet. She's not a bad price at 7-2. She's not exactly my cup of tea as sort of a semi-one number horse, but I don't think she's a bad price, 7-2. I like the 5, but I'm not inclined to want to take 5-2 on Straka in here. I was hoping for at least a slightly better price.
5-2 right now on her. Let's touch on the 3 Capital Gal, who Maggie talked about trackside. She ran at 1 1/8 last time out as well, and that was stretching out after she went 2 turns at Finger Lakes. But prior to that, she'd been more of a sprinter. Do you feel like maybe the mile might be a sweet spot for her?
Maybe. I mean, she's a bit of an overlay at 7-1. I could see taking her at that price. I picked her second. I don't know. I think she's okay at that price. To me, she's the one that's kind of being a little bit forgotten about here, right?
Yeah, she is. Ran pretty well that day. She did have a slight stumble out of the gate, but she got into a good pressing spot before getting run down by Royal Bobby in that effort last time out for Jorge Abreu. Ricardo Santana will be in the saddle. We have a pick 5 kicking off here, and coming up a little bit later on, pick 6 carryover to get excited
We
about.
do, just under $26,000. That'll start in race number 4, and we'll talk about that a little bit as we get closer to the race.
We certainly will. Loading in for race 1, Belmont at the Big A on the main track. Nice wide open race to start things off. Andy with the 5, Straka. Maggie with some interest in the 7, Higher Force. We'll send it up to the voice, Belmont of the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
3 out. Straka. Straka goes in. Sweet Anniversary. And Higher Force. Higher Force goes in. All set. And they're off. Off very slowly was Dream On Kara. Just stood in the gate and spots the field already 8, almost 10 lengths. On the far outside, here's Higher Force. In between horses working on through Capital Gal. And Capital Gal will now assert is the clear leader as they get set to come out of the chute. It's Capital Gal tightly bunched with Higher Force center of the racetrack. Romero Mirage with Insight here in second. Also making a move on the far outside is Sweet Anniversary as they're still very tightly bunched. At the rail there is a shared third. It's Kara's Dreamweaver is there with Ruben Silvera. To the outside is Amy's Light. On the far outside of that group is Straka, the lone trailer with slow starting Dream On Kara, but still very tightly packed through a 22-4 opening quarter mile. Capital Gal is doling out the fractions here, is up by 3/4 of a length. Higher Force is in pursuit at a 45-4 half-mile time. Kendrick Carmouche and Sweet Anniversary, they're on the move, just looming up 3 wide. They were in the clear up on the outside, up the backstretch, and now they are looking for the front. And here comes the move from Sweet Anniversary, 3 wide, in between horses, Higher Force, and still at the rail, battling on Capital Gal, who's still ahead in front. Capital Gal is trying to sprint away, traveling very nicely there with Sweet Anniversary. Does get out there, drifts out at the top of the stretch. Higher Force is not done either. These front 3 still go at it. Just in behind them, that's Amy's Light, who's looking for a way through. Does have some run, nowhere to go. Inside the final furlong, it's Sweet Anniversary trying to push on by. Sweet Anniversary, Capital Gal, Amy's Light still trying to commence that rally. Sweet Anniversary wins the opener. Higher Force back up there for second. Then came Amy's Light and Capital Gal. 1 minute 37.35 seconds.
Sweet Anniversary with the win. Had to work for it a little bit. Coming to the outside with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle, but gets back to the winner's circle today as we did see a very slow break from the number 4, Dream On Kara, at the beginning of the race.
Made a little move in the turn. She has no speed. It just seems like she just didn't want to come out of the gate.
At the start there.
It's a good ride by Kendrick in the sense that he did not want to get engaged in a pace that came up a little too fast here. Took back, let them go, came around, and got the job done. Nice pick by you, Acacia, in this race. Not a horse I had a big affinity for, but got a good rider switch to Kendrick Carmouche, and it worked out. I think that Christian Mirage, Rajiv's brother, on the 2, I think he has potential, but he needed Rajiv to tell him, when you're trying to rally like that, go to the left hand and angle out and go around them. Because I think that trying to go inside possibly cost this horse the race. I don't know. She didn't finish well enough. I think she was going to win anyway, but going right-handed and ducking inside probably hampered her best chance. And the inquiry's been posted, but that's to look at the start with the number 4. I don't want to watch again.
So inquiry sign is up in regards to the start for the number 4, Dream on Cara. They will look to ensure that she had a fair start. Was it that she caused her own issues? Would it be that she's declared a non-starter? That's the question. From what we can see and what we saw, it looks like she was throwing her head around and she might have caused her own again, that inquiry sign posted, not involving the top 4 finishers in here. As it's the number 4 with the red cap, she's throwing her head. Does let go of her a little bit late, but I think because she was acting up.
She stood in the gate for a good 2 seconds after he just stopped.
Correct. She did not move as soon as she was let go.
I think you have to be careful with these decisions, because if you declare them non-starters, and they shouldn't be, it negatively affects the payouts on all the others, and we obviously want all the horses to get a fair start. And if they didn't, get a refund, but I don't see it with this horse. Seemed like a horse that was just standing in the gate.
Yep. She was acting up a bit at the start, and even as mentioned, when the assistant starter let go of her bridle, she stood there in the gate momentarily. So inquiry sign is posted. We'll keep you updated as to what takes place, but again, no change to the order of finish. 6-7-2-3, sweet anniversary with the win. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle, prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
And our program is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. In race 1, it was the number 6 Sweet Anniversary who got back to the winner's circle with Kendra Carmouche in the saddle. She got the right kind of trip today. However, as far as the number 4 Dream on Cara, she was ultimately declared a non-starter given the break here. Stewart's determining that she was not given a fair beginning here, so declared a non-starter at the break. What does that do as far as impacting should you have bet her or used her somewhere along the
Well, you
ticket?
get a refund if you bet her. The problem is if you don't believe, and I don't agree with this, I would have made her a starter, and I'll tell you why in a second. It means everybody else pays a little bit less. She was 10-1, but you take that money out of the pool, and I think you have to be careful. And obviously the stewards are trying to protect the bettors. My problem with this is, let's say you think the guy was holding her a second too late. Okay, that's fine. Why didn't she break for at least a second and a half after he let his hand go? So I don't agree with this call. I would not have made this one. I don't agree.
So number 4, Dream on Cara declared a non-starter there in the opener, as we will turn the page now on to race 2, $25,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs here, and now the number 3 looms boldly, the favorite. Horse that certainly does have credentials in back races, but there is a big question here, Andy. Can he get back on track? Claimed away from Brad Cox.
Well, today is the day because he's supposed to be loose in the lead. I don't think there's anybody that can run with him. He's a very fast horse. It's outrun last time out, didn't run that badly, but claimed away from Brad Cox. And for me as a favorite, I don't want to take a horse claimed away from Brad Cox, the favorite, but he's the horse to beat.
He is the one to beat. First off the claim now for Fernando Abreu. See if he can get back to his winning ways. When we come back, though, we will preview what's to come in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic tomorrow. Charlie Appleby coming over with a very strong 1-2 punch. Rebels Romance and El Cordobis looking for another American Group 1.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance. Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the races. Thanks for sticking with us. As of course tomorrow in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, you have a horse, Andy, in Rebels Romance, who not only is a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, but has banked more than $14 million in his career.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I wouldn't say he's done it the hard way. He's done well in some big purse races, and he's sort of remarkable how long he's held his form. You can make an argument the second was a little unlucky there, but I thought he did all the running being forwardly placed as the race was coming apart at the end. His record speaks for itself, and he's clearly the horse to beat tomorrow.
He certainly is the globe-trotting son of Dubawi gelding for Charlie Appleby. His stablemate, El Cordobas, a little bit of the younger up-and-comer. Also for Charlie, we saw make his stateside debut last time out in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, which he did win, getting that victory that day.
Yeah. Maybe he is a young, up-and-coming horse, and that was his coming out party. He'll continue to do well, and that could be the case. I'm taking the other opinion. I don't like him in this race. I thought he got an absolutely dream trip, saving ground the whole way, and great ride, and last time was the time. I'm not even sure he really ran better than the second-place finisher. I also think Farbridge is going to run a lot better in this race than he did where he had a lousy trip in the last race. And for me, El Cordobas, I could be wrong, he's the one I want to play against.
Got the win that day. Both Rebels Romance and El Cordobas shipped up to Saratoga with the intention of being able to train on the turf in preparation for this Joe Hirsch. So staying up in quarantine there. They did both breeze on the turf on Monday. Saw them there up in Saratoga. El Cordobas looked good, but Rebels Romance looked exceptional in training, which is no surprise, as Frankie Dettori will have them out on Rebels Romance, as we will get a chance to see if Charlie Appleby can pick up another American Grade 1, Maggie, something he has been quite successful in doing.
Yes, he has. When he ships here, as these lantern flies continue to plague me. There we go. And I watched an interview that he did overseas in England, and he was talking, they had asked him about the two showing up here for the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and he said, yes, El Cordobas is the up-and-comer, but last time it's not like he was chasing Nation's Pride. This time around, he's gonna have to hunt and take down Rebels Romance, who Charlie highly regards, and he feels like El Cordobas has a little bit of a taller task this time around, kind of hinting at what Andy was just talking about. So it'll be a fun race, and looking forward to seeing Farbridge possibly have a better trip and see if he can turn the tables on the Godolphin Blue.
Certainly will need a better trip versus last time. Maggie, thank you. As far as redistricting is concerned, Andy, we saw this horse win the United Nations for Chad Brown last time out. He does have speed. He sat in a stalking spot last time, but he won that Monmouth Stake 2 starts back going to the front end. Yeah,
I mean, he's got to be on the lead in here. Whether he can win or not is another story, but he's obviously the fastest horse early. I think Farbridge will be sitting second behind him. He's a little hard to like because he's gotten 2 absolute dream trips at Monmouth, riding the rail from us the entire time in both races. On days the rails had come down, the rail was very strong at Monmouth. Now with the rails coming down tomorrow, he may get a similar situation. Having said that, he didn't face Rebels Romance and Farbridge and others, so he's going to have to step his game up. We'll see.
A little bit of that horse that they've kind of shopped around for some other spots for him. He hasn't run that much on the NYRA circuit before. Because I was thinking, I said, I don't really have many notes on this horse.
No, well, it's obviously had some issues with out at times. It's something that I had talked about with Chad Brown a while ago, that maybe should take a shot and try to stretch him out and see if it can work. And it's worked out well. But the question is he good enough to beat this field? We'll find out tomorrow.
Here's a look at the stakes schedule for this weekend, kicking things off with the Beldame today. Absolutely stacked tomorrow, looking like the weather should be beautiful as well. And then we wrap it up with the Geoponte on Sunday. This is the type of weekends that we live for as racing fans, huh?
I agree. Some fun races on tomorrow's card. Gallant Bloom is competitive. The Vosburg's competitive.
Yeah.
Looking forward to those races.
A lot still to come, of course, but our first order of business is race 2 today, as we see Looms Boldly continue to be the short price favorite. He has that early speed. If you are a little bit suspicious of him, Andy, where else do you go?
Well, I think we both like From Another Mother, hoping the cutback works for him. A lot of money for the 2 and 5. I don't think Screaming Uncle has a prayer in here. I thought he rode a gold rail to a big race when he won his race, and probably the 2's more likely to win. But I don't have a lot of great ideas in this race. Like you, I like From Another Mother, and maybe 4 to 1 or higher. I could bet a few dollars, but I can't take a shorter price. His last race was bad.
Looms Boldly, we'll take a look at his last race, as this is a horse who has plenty of early speed at one time, and he ran a 99 Beyer speed figure when with Brad Cox in the past. He's a New York Bred Stakes winner. He took a big drop in class last time out, though, and was part, yes, of a favored entry. But I know he didn't get the lead, but it feels like he's just a little bit tough to trust, given that he'd been running a New York Bred Stakes company prior to that.
Yeah, I mean, he is who he is, and he's obviously lost a bit of his best races. He's not going to run his 90 Beyers, but he's supposed to be the controlling speed here, and he's probably a different horse. He gets the front. I'm a little bit reticent about taking horses claim away from Brad Cox, but he's the horse to beat.
Meeting the rest of the field, though, for this second race, we will kick things off with the number 1, From Another Mother.
Yeah, we'll hope the cutback seems to work a little bit better in this race for a horse that did not show up last time. The Cantermachis are showing signs of kind of turning around what's been a slow run.
He's my honey badger, returning to the races.
Yeah, listen, had avoided claim last time. From what we've seen, that doesn't really matter. Was best last time and was outside, and the rail was good. I could see him winning, but he's another horse that's been in some very good barns.
Looms Boldly went by. There's the 4 Conniving.
Yeah, you thought he had a chance to get a piece in here. I thought that's the best he could do.
Screaming Uncle did win 2 back on the dirt.
Well, this is his last dirt start. The problem was it's better than most of the figs he's run, and he got a dream trip up a good inside.
And Honorary Degree returning to the NYRA circuit.
A big price because he's been facing softer fields and unsuccessfully.
That's the field for race 2 here, as we go back to the 1 From Another Mother. I know he did not run a step last time out, and he didn't break that quickly either. Felt that this was going back to potentially the right level of competition for him.
Yeah, I mean, he is very hard to... Well, he just went down to 2 to 1, so I don't know if there's a story and something on him. Just tripped it to 5 to 2. He's a horse who's got fast enough races to win this. Most of his good races are going longer, so you and I are kind of hoping that 6 furlong works out for him. Whether or not it does, I wouldn't go near him at 5 to 2 in this race. The question is he going to go up to the 4 to 1 or 9 to 2 range? If he does, I'll bet on him.
Manny Franco going to be aboard, a 6-year-old, getting a big warm-up out there. See if he can kind of turn things around, because he's been consistently running some strong figures. For more on how he's doing in the preliminaries, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, From Another Mother, it's an unfortunate post position because, as you said, he broke slowly last time occasion. He just never looked necessarily comfortable having to rate and just be behind the pace whilst being stuck down on the rail. So we do see a big warm-up here from Manny Franco, who does climb aboard again. And I don't know. I believe you were on for his last race and saying that he looked good. Well, I agree yet again. He looks great from a conditioning standpoint. His coat looks fantastic. He's dappled, and I like the way that he's moving. It's just the rail. What is he going to do from there? As he's also, cutting back here again. What is the game plan? I don't necessarily get it, but I can say he does look like a horse who's doing well enough. As number 2, he's my Honey Badger. He's a horse that does have speed, but none of these are as fast as Looms Boldly. That's why Looms Boldly is such a, I think, legitimate favorite in here. And by the way, he looks great. I have no problems with him. But he's my Honey Badger. I've always had a little bit of a soft spot for this guy, as he is coming back off a bit of a layoff. And while I thought he was incredibly game last time, and arguably against the racetrack, in which Screaming Uncle, who we also see in here, who I do not like at all at 3-1, rode the gold rail that day. So he's my Honey Badger. I didn't love that he didn't switch leads, and then there was a subsequent layoff, but is warming up well. He's a bit chunky. Granted, he's always a little bit chunky. He does carry his weight well, but considering the layoff, I just wish he looked a little bit more tucked up. But definitely a healthy, happy horse heading back to the races today, Acacia.
That's some good news, Maggie. Thank you. As he's taking attention as well at 2-1, getting that warm up with Ruben Silvera, as well as we are being told the number 4 Conniving, a late scratch in here. So the 4 Conniving coming out, he would be a closer, so it doesn't necessarily change any of the dynamics in the race.
At a big price as well. Well, it feels like the board is not trusting Looms Boldly. I thought Looms Boldly might be even money in this race, to be honest, because he's the lone speed. On the other hand, from a speed figure standpoint, his numbers aren't really stacking up to these horses. I thought he ran okay last time out, you know, having the stalk. He's a horse that's really always been a better horse to control up front. But I think the real question is whether or not you trust a horse claimed away from Brad Cox. I'm a big fan of Fernando Abreu, and I know you are too. I think he's a terrific trainer. Having said that, claiming away from Brad Cox, I don't care who you are, is not easy.
Yeah, for sure. As this is a horse who kind of, we know what he is. He'd run those big races. He never really kind of continued on. Now as a 5-year-old, as there is Conniving again, number 4 Conniving, a late scratch out of this second race. Going back over to the 5 Screaming Uncles, he's my Honey Badger will rematch. I know Screaming Uncle won 2 starts back and held off He's My Honey Badger, but that was an 84 buyer speed figure, and he's never really been close to that prior.
He has that 170-80 ran in sort of an odd race at a lower level. I mean, obviously this performance had a lot to do with the fact that the inside was very, very good that day, and inside speed was good. So he was helped along by the racetrack. He came back. They tried the turf. I don't know exactly why they did that. Well, they're back on the dirt with him. If people think he can run back to that number, he can win. He is no way a horse that I'm interested in this race, but I guess, you know, you and I like From Another Mother. Maybe his last race indicative of who he is, and he can't run anymore.
I know.
Maybe Looms Boldly, claiming away from Brad Cox, can't really run. And if that happens, it's only the 2 and 5. Now, I think the 2 is almost a cinch to win if that happens. And to me, there's too many ifs to somehow get a 3-1 Screaming Uncle home. But I've been wrong before, and there are not a plethora of options in this race.
Yeah. I did like From Another Mother last time out as well. Maggie's right. He looked the part. Seeing that he looks the part again today. So there's certainly some suspicion surrounding him from Another Mother, but we'll see if the slight class drop back to the $25,000 level will help him. As with that late scratch, we have a little bit of time in here. Andy, the pick 6 kicks off in race 4 with a carryover. Any sort of leans for you in the sequence today?
Well, I would lean on Game Bred in the first division, to be honest with you. I would use some others, but Game Bred is the one that I would want in there. You know, the 5th race is wide open. I like Bostonian, but I don't know that he's a big pick 6 type horse. A lot of them can win in there. The 6th race, kind of a crapshoot. The 6th and 9th, both races scheduled for turf, and there's not a lot of horses that show any dirt for him. The whole world is going to single randomize. There's no advantage there. If she loses, well, that'll really blow this thing up. And the 8th race is wide open. So it's, you know, you're helped. It's sort of, if randomized wins, you make it into a pick 5. But I don't think that makes it easy because there are a lot of wide open races without a lot of form to go on.
Tricky sequence for sure. Race 4 kicks off the pick 6 today with that carryover. Race 2 coming up next, though. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Honorary degree goes in. All set. And they're off, hopping in the air at the start. That was Honorary Degree. A three-way battle for the front. And in between horses, He's My Honey Badger and Looms Boldly. Now these front two hook up. They're 1-2 head and head as they work up the backstretch, just settling off of them. From Another Mother, Manny Franco sat back and is now hard pressed to move up on the outside. Got outside running position, and that's the top trio. 4 lengths clear from Screaming Uncle, second to last, and Honorary Degree is the trailer. Looms Boldly has the lead. That quick move now puts From Another Mother to the outside, is within a head of the leader as they're well into the far turn now. Just off of them, He's My Honey Badger had to drop back to third, and now Ruben Silvera is going to try to re-rally up on the outside. Now he takes the 3 path, and Honorary Degree is going to be wide. Screaming Uncle is not out of it, going to ride the rail. The front two are head and head as they reach the top of the stretch. It is a very game. Looms Boldly to the inside, but here's From Another Mother. From Another Mother is now rallied on by, and He's My Honey Badger is trying to pick up this new leader. From Another Mother. Here comes He's My Honey Badger. From Another Mother. He's My Honey Badger. From Another Mother. Over He's My Honey Badger. Screaming Uncle finished third. Then came Looms Boldly, a woman at 10.49 seconds.
From Another Mother, he gets back to the winner's circle today, back to the level at which he belongs, and seemed to be traveling well under Manny Franco throughout.
Yeah, another good ride by Manny, but that's no surprise. Manny's a good rider. Broke well. Obviously not fast enough, nor does he want to get caught up into a pace duel with horses like the 2 and 3. Manny wisely eased him back, got him on the outside, but he engaged. He didn't want to let Looms Boldly get away with it. Now, as it turns out, I don't think Looms Boldly was winning no matter what he did. And probably the lesson there is be careful of horses claimed away from trainers like Brad Cox.
Yeah.
Nothing against him. Brad's a great trainer. It's just tough to claim from some trainers. And it doesn't matter who you are, because Fernando's a terrific trainer. Just tough guys to claim from. And this horse came back. And I think, take a watch on the OK Cantermachi. That barn had been very cold, not winning races.
Yes.
Had some tough beats in Saratoga, like everybody. But they've been a bit cold. They won yesterday. They won that race with that closer that Joel rode. A systematic change. Feels like their horses are coming around, and From Another Mother, a horse you and I have both always kind of liked, gets it done today for Manny. Right at the top of his game, as always.
At 4-1, nice little price on that one. Manny Franco, yes, with a terrific ride. 1, 2, 5, 3. From Another Mother, getting the victory. Best there in race 2. Prices and more when we come back.
Now $1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As From Another Mother gets his win and back into the winner's circle. First off the claim here for Ilkay Kantamasi, who joins me now, and ridden to victory by Manny Franco. And Ilkay, I thought such a great job by Manny, because a horse that doesn't look as though he wants to necessarily be inside horses, he went out, he took back, he got around to the outside, which seemed to be the winning move.
Yeah, we had like the one post position, but many did really good job. Two horses went head to head, so he took outside. Then wherever he take him out, he got more confident, and we get the job done.
Talk a little bit about shortening this horse up. It's been a long time since he's traveled the 6 furlongs, but he responded beautifully.
Yeah, some horses, like when they run in the long distance and they don't show any effort, like I try different things with them. Like when I see in the breeze with the company, so he was kind of good, like he was responded. And like today race become like 7 horses field, I said, let me take a shot, you know? Like he was looking so good, so I said maybe he's gonna run better, because some horses, they do better like this. Jackson Heights, I got the horse like the long time ago, he had the mile. I try, we won two in a row. So I said, let me do this one too. And the owner, John Witt and Kearney Morris, they always a lot of confidence on me. Thanks to them. So they said, do whatever you want to do. So I did, and we had a good result today.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. And it's nice. I know Saratoga was a little bit tough, as it is for everyone. So horses ran well, just not getting the wins. Feels good to come here and kind of get those wins again.
Yeah, very good. Like over there, it was so tough. Like hopefully we keep going on over here.
May the winter continue. As Ilkay, congratulations here.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Of course, as From Another Mother, successful in a form reversal. First off the claim, guys.
Good to see From Another get back on track and getting the victory here for Ilkay. He was pretty fired up in that interview.
He was.
A lot to say.
Happy to win the race.
I know.
Such a nice man.
Yeah.
Nice to see him get the win.
Him and his brother Matt. We love getting a chance to catch up with them at the races for sure. 1-2-5 in race 2. It's official. From Another Mother with the win. We're on the turf for race 3. It's 1 mile and 3/8 in here, as this one's for fillies and mares, and National Archive currently the favorite as she comes out of a 2nd place finish at this distance.
Well, that's the thing that she has that only Cha Cha Tap, who looks overmatched in here, has, is that she's shown she can be effective going long. And a lot of times it's not. It's about your talents at the distance, and based on her last race, she should have no problem with the distance. I'm going to try to beat her, as are you, but to deny she's the worst to beat would be foolish.
See if she can get back to the winner's circle today. But first, continuing our preview of the stakes action tomorrow, the Woodward going as race 6, 1 mile and 1/8. And we'll take a look at Phileas Fogg and Locked. This is from the Suburban back in July. Locked just didn't really fire this day. Of course, they were both sandwiched around Antiquarian, who did come back and win an eventful running of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. But I think the performances of both Antiquarian and Phileas Fogg kind of validated the Suburban.
Given this race is expected to scratch down to a very small field, Phileas Fogg is likely to have the field at his mercy as the controlling speed, and he's been in great form. He even ran well in that Jockey Club despite the incident, which he caused in the beginning of the race. Having said that, or I should say his rider caused, I don't think that Phileas Fogg went out there thinking he wanted to tighten things up on others. He's going to be the controlling speed in here. This is a make-or-break race for Locked. I was reading some comments from Aaron Wellman at Eclipse Thoroughbreds, and basically what he said, you know, he's got to run well in here. They want to go to the Breeders' Cup, but he's been very disappointing. I think Todd has really sort of cranked him up a bit in the workouts. He's got to try to do something, but whether or not he can still run, that doesn't make any sense. He was so good in winning that Santa Anita race, and he's been terrible since then. I like Post Time too, but both of these horses are compromised by Phileas Fogg's enormous pace advantage.
Yeah, it's almost kind of a similar situation to what we're going to see with Randomize in the Beldame today, tactically with the early speed. Now, as far as Post Time's concerned, he did win, yes, with a 103 buyer last time in a 3-horse field, but this is a horse that we have seen be effective coming here against some big races. He did finish 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year as well.
You know, 3-horse races, though, if this ends up being a 3 or 4-horse field, can be dangerous for lone speeds. You gotta be careful. I don't think you want to sort of nurse Phileas Fogg along and let the others into the race. I think you need to use his speed as a weapon in there and make them run if they want to come catch you. Small fields can help closers in races that don't appear to have much speed by slowing the pace down and bringing everybody together, and then as speed is trying to outfinish horses that have a better late kick. It'll be interesting to see how this race is run. An incredibly historic race. Obviously, though, Number and Here have decided a very important big race down at Delaware Park of a meaningless race is better to run in. But you know what? If you're not stabled in New York, you can go wherever you want. I think if you're stable in New York and you enter and run out of town, frankly, I have a big problem with that. I think if you're stable in New York, you should be supporting the home team.
I understand.
If you're not,
absolutely.
run wherever you want.
No, I agree. Completely agree. It is a shame. We look forward to seeing who is in the field for that Woodward. But coming up as race 8 tomorrow will be the Gallant Bloom for fillies sprinting, as we'll take a look at Our Disaster, who got back to the winner's circle last time after finishing a good second in the Honorable Miss. Helena's Forte kind of came up and snagged her coming up the rail.
Yeah, and the rail was good that day. Listen, she's probably the horse to beat. She's got a lot of speed. She's consistent. She's got to get to 6.5. It's a tougher field, but I still think she's a major player in here. Her speed makes her very dangerous. All classes back in here, but she does face some serious new faces in here. Tougher faces for sure.
Absolutely, as she gets back in to face Graded Stakes Company once again. You also have the kind of elder states lady in Sterling Silver, who gets back to the main track. I have so much love for this horse, Andy. She's such a consistent New York bred who has finished in the money in Graded Stakes plenty of times before.
Well, she's owed one.
Yeah.
Because she was much the best when 2 years ago she won this Gallant Bloom.
Correct.
Now you could argue she was a legitimate DQ, though I thought that they kind of blew it in here because there was a horse that actually caused more of the problems that didn't come down in this race as they took down the first and second finishers. You can say whether you agree with the DQ or not, she was still much the best in this race in getting it done. And she's better at shorter distances. She's a big threat in this race. But there's others. Impel's a little interesting. Scalable, we haven't seen since January coming back. Senza Parole is trying a big jump of a class for her. Even Sunday Girl, who's got some good races going in her past. Interesting running of this race. Without Ways and Means, it becomes a much more open race.
Absolutely. And that'll be a fun one. That goes as race 8, the Gallant Bloom, on Saturday. As of course, we do have the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic as part of the lineup on Saturday, as well as Miguel Camal will send out Far Bridge, looking to follow in his sire's footsteps. English Channel won this race twice. Far Bridge will try to defend his title tomorrow.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets. Saturday on America's Day at the Races, 5 graded stakes races, including the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic and the Vosburg, presented by Army Mule, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Join us Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
And the field comes into the stretch with Channel Maker, the one to catch, Sadler's Joy on the outside. It is Channel Maker, Sadler's Joy driving up on the outside. Masterpiece is in third, and then Lucario. It is still Channel Maker trying to do it wire to wire, and he's gonna do it. Manny Franco in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic.
Channel Maker in the 2020 Joe Hurst Turf Classic, the one and only John Imbrial with the call. He was a tricky horse, Andy, in the way that he carried his head up so high like that. And Manny Franco did a really good job with him throughout his career.
Yeah, he rode him. Joel rode him well in some races, and he was a horse that Bill Mott had shown great confidence in early in his career. Before he was ever able to be particularly effective, he was running him in Grade 1 races right around the country. I always felt he could have won the Manhattan the year he finished nowhere when, frankly, Jose Ortiz just sort of gave up on him in the entire run of the race. He's always run well in his career, and Channel Maker's just, he's what good horses are all about. He lasted a long time. He put in a lot of good efforts over the years, and Bill and his team did a great job keeping him together.
Getting some cookies at Old Friends in Kentucky, where he is retired, earning his well-deserved retirement in a wonderful place, as he, of course, won that Joe Hurst Turf Classic twice in 2018 and 2020. As this year, Farbridge, another son of English Channel, will look to add his name to that list.
And I think he has a chance to do it. I think a lot of people are unfairly going to give up on him off the last race. Yes, he's a horse that needs to get to the inside and run his best races, but it's not just that he wasn't getting the inside until about halfway through the race. It's what he had to do to get there that just kind of sapped him of any chance of winning the race, especially the way the race was run. In this race, the likelihood of Redistricting going to lead, he probably sets up shop behind him and gets that comfortable position on the rail. So I think he's going to get the kind of trip he wants to win this race. And, you know, sometimes people are going to say, oh, you got lucky to win this. Nonsense. It's a very, very good horse who's run well all the time. His quirks get in the way, but I see the way the race sets up tomorrow, him being able to get the trip he's most comfortable. I don't think anyone in here is being Rebels Romance if Rebels Romance runs his A race. If he doesn't, though, I think Farbridge can win, and I think some others can as well. But Farbridge, to me, is a horse I think a lot of people are going to just sort of dismiss him because of that race, and to me, that would be a mistake.
Multiple Grade 1 winner Farbridge looking to defend his title in that Joe Hurst Turf Classic. The barn represented by National Archive here, who, as we mentioned, did stretch out to this distance last time out. She broke her maiden at 1 mile and 3/16, getting the victory that day as well. But she finished second last time against Open Company, too. She is a New York bred and broke her, I should say, first level allowance win against New York breds. It is just tough to find these length of distance races if you want to stay against state bred company.
Yeah, and she's the horse to beat. You can cut it any way you want. Not just that race. Her last race was fine. I don't love the horse that won. I don't love the field, but in this field, she's the horse to beat. Even money's the right price.
Even money, as she did finish second last time out, saving ground, having to kind of re-rally a little bit on the inside, but did get to save all the ground that day. Big long shot in Widdershins.
Yeah, she's a little hard to make on paper in here.
There is the number 3, Midnight Concerto. She is one that just comes from very far off of it.
I mean, she has absolutely no speed, but she's not untalented.
There's Victory Badge, second last time at Colonial.
I always respect the horses coming up for Mike Trombetta and thought she could be a player here.
13-1.
Big
Here's
price.
Pookie, who I know you have interest in.
I like Pookie. I don't think 4-1 is a particularly inviting price. I'd like to get a bigger price. She's had some bad trips. I would love to see Dylan be aggressive with her in this spot. Just try to wire the field.
Cha-Cha Tap, the other one we know can handle distance.
Can handle distance, but I don't know how quickly.
She is another deep closer. And Trail of Gold, who somehow won last time out at 6-1.
Yeah, you like her more than I do. I question whether or not she's better at distance, but she's a nice horse. I just, you know, it's a question of distance, and she's never gone beyond 1 mile and 16. Maybe she'll love
That is a big
it.
question for sure today. Question for this filly as well. Pookie, who's also stretching out. She did go 1 mile and an 1/8 last time, where she was off slow, and Don't Jinx It stole it on the front end there in a very slow pace, so really kind of up against it there. I would imagine she's going to be a bit more forward today.
If they don't ride her aggressively in here, then I don't know what the thought process is. She's a horse that can be a little bit more forward in here. She had no chance in the Lake George. They were searching for a spot. She got rained off some races, as you were pointing out to me earlier. Last time out, the rail was the place to be. She was 2 to 3 wide around the racetrack. Don't jinx it, a long shot wired the field. She never had a chance in there. Her dam was effective going the longer distances, so I think there's pedigree to suggest that more distance could be beneficial to her, and I'd love to see her put her on the lead and try to wire this field. Whether she's good enough remains to be seen. But I don't know. I don't want to give up on her. I think she's run well enough in some of her races. She has a potential to be okay, and maybe trying her long is the right idea, especially if they use what might be some speed in this race.
And not much pace signed on in this race at all. As horses warming up, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
You know, I wonder if the favorite honestly just goes from the rail, because National Archive is a very high-strung individual who was right on top of the pace, albeit slow last time out, but definitely one that projects herself as having some possible early speed in this affair. As number 4 is Victory Badge, taking a look at the 2 coming in here from the Mid-Atlantic, and Victory Badge is one that I've seen way far back. I don't even know when. But I wrote, longer the better, incredibly laid back. Well, still same deal here now as a 4-year-old, as her coat's a little bit longer, but it's at least rich and hydrated. I wish she looked a little bit stronger behind the saddle, but look, she's 16 to 1, and a horse that, you know, maybe just because of her disposition and maybe the ability to just kind of switch off, which I think you need to sometimes be able to do in these types of long distance turf races, she might be able to. I don't love the fact that, you know, she kind of swapped leads mid-stretch, although with turf horses, you'll see them do it more often. It's just to kind of, you know, to get a little bit more energy. It's obviously a surface that's easier to switch your leads on because of the ability to kind of spring off of it. But sometimes when you're swapping leads, it hints at the fact that you're getting a little leg weary, and she was doing that at a mile last time out. Number 6, Cha Cha Tap. She does look a little slow on figures, but and while she was well beaten last time out of Kentucky Downs, Stellify, nice horse, returning and winning the ladies marathon with a 95 buyer. And she definitely projects herself as being one that has a capability of being able to just run all day. She's very laid back. She, obviously, the pedigree would say that too. And I just don't want to totally dismiss her because she looks slow on paper, because I think she's one that truly can handle the distance, Acacia.
She has certainly shown that, Maggie, thank you, as she comes out of a 1.5 mile try at Kentucky Downs last time out, though she kind of ran in place a little bit there, but certainly distance is one thing that she does have in her wheelhouse.
Maybe. Oh, Kentucky Downs. I think Kentucky Downs like an alien place, you know, what happens there. It's a cool place. I get why people like it. It's a complicated place if you've got a chance to make a score, but it just seems like the results there are not something you want to take at face value in some cases.
There's National Archive. That's kind of what Maggie was alluding to. Yeah, she can be tough sometimes prior to her races. She is a high energy filly for sure, but she got a little bit hard to handle 2 starts back when off the pace, but she did switch off nicely throughout the running of the race last time when going long.
Yeah, she'll be in front here if other riders don't give the rides they should be giving. And a lot of times Flavien Prat is there to take advantage of other riders' sort of indecision. We'll see if that's the case here.
Well, as far as this pace is concerned, Maggie, one that's hoping that they are moving a little bit up front is Midnight Concerto.
Yeah, even at, 2 back when she ran, similar to this distance, she was still nowhere near the front end. So I do think she's one that isn't going to be able to, put herself any more forward than what we've seen from her in the past. She does look fantastic, though, as 2, I think that race last time in the auto, more forwardly dominated, tilted towards horses who were on the rail. She was on the rail, but again, the top 3 finishers just ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack, kind of switching order. In the end, she was the only one to really make up some ground through the stretch there. I just think she looks fantastic, honestly. Great coat, great flesh, very strong towards the tail end of this 4-year-old season for Midnight Concerto, who is looking for her first victory of 2020. 25. And then Trail of Gold, 5 starts on the turf with 2 wins, including a New York Stallion Series stake. And she's a 3-year-old that doesn't look like a 3-year-old. She's quite big and imposing looking. So with that being said, I do think she'll be able to handle more ground, at least from the physical sense of things, but also in her disposition. She is so laid back. She's so just, a horse that takes her racing in stride. Now, I understand what Andy's saying. Does she need a little bit of pace to run at? Possibly. It's not like she got a supersonic pace last time either, and was complimented obviously with Nona Lynn and Hangover Heaven running well in their subsequent start. So I think she is one that will take to this stretch out, Acacia.
3-1 right now on Trail of Gold. Maggie, thank you so much. And yeah, we'll see. I was hoping that with the stretch out and distance, she might be a touch more forward. She wasn't the quickest out last time out, Trail of Gold, but obviously the distance is the big question, and at least some high marks from Maggie as far as her being able to handle it.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about the pace with her. I think she's a horrible price at 3-1, to be honest. 7-2. It's just unknown factors. And listen, the problem with Trail of Gold is you miss getting 6-1 on her against Nona Lynn.
Yeah.
I know she came back and won the other day, but this is a better group, Nona Lynn. And if you're betting on her, I don't think it's a pace scenario. I don't even care about that much in her case. It's a distance thing. I understand. Salamini's probably a horse could get longer distances. He's not really a turf sire, so she's already sort of outrun her Salamini. I just wouldn't want to take that price on her hoping she's as effective or improves going a mile and 3/8. She very well might, in which case she can win. I just don't think she's any bargain at 3-1 or 7-2. That's the only thing I would say. I prefer other horses, but she's a nice horse. I don't have a big problem with her. I just like others.
A mile and 3/8. Long distance race here on the turf. You might have noticed they took a little bit of time to get to where the starting gate is positioned here. 4-5 on National Archive from the rail. Race 3, one of 2 races on the turf today. We are on the grass for this one, as we do have Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Pookie. Cha-cha tap. Cha-cha tap. And Trail of Gold. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. National Archive is asked for speed, but quicker to the outside will be Victory Badge, and these front 2 go at it early. National Archive was intent on getting to the lead, is up by a full length, and now Victory Badge will take back and sit in second, but they moved quick out of the gate. They're still 1-2. Just behind them at the rail, that's Pookie. It's a little keen as Pookie sees the top 2 and wants to get up in the mix. Trail of Gold is patiently ridden towards the outside as a shared 4th with Midnight Concerto. Purple Cap down towards the inside, towards the back end of the field will be Vittershins, and the lone trailer is Cha-Cha Tap. The posted opening quarter, 25-1 for National Archive. Flavien Prat tries to slow things down now. National Archive is alone up top, is up by a length and a half. Victory Badge wanted to get near that lead, is now going to stalk, is going to sit right there, as now they do tap on the brakes here and slow things down up front with Pookie still patiently ridden third, just a little keen still going into that turn. Trail of Gold is up on the outside, holds that 4th spot to the inside in 5th. That'll be Midnight Concerto, and 6 is Vittershins, and the trailer still Cha-Cha Tap. They're chasing National Archive. We'll try and take them almost all the way. It's National Archive in front, up by 3/4 of a length, and Victory Badge is back for more. Here comes Victory Badge. It's cut into the margin, is back to within a half length of the leader. Pookie is now more settled as they work up the backstretch, and Trail of Gold still a menacing presence towards the outside in 4th. Midnight Concerto starts to move in closer there with Vittershins to the outside, is traveling there in 6th, and Cha-Cha Tap has trailed throughout, and National Archive will take him into the far turn. National Archive doing it nicely enough, and Victory Badge towards the outside. Pookie looking for a way through in 3rd. Trail of Gold not asked for the effort yet, right there in 4th. Then Midnight Concerto, Vittershins from the back, and Cha-Cha Tap. National Archive starts the sprint for home. Pookie wants out of there. Pookie in the red cap is to the inside here. Victory badge. Trail of Gold trying to pick up this leader too. Midnight Concerto, ground saving journey. And Pookie is up on the outside. Here comes Pookie. Pookie is now sprinting after National Archive, diving down to the inside. Midnight Concerto, starting that slow rally up on the outside. Trail of Gold. It's Pookie to the outside. Trail of Gold starts to move in closer. National Archive not done. National Archive comes back. National Archive came back and won it. 4-5 favorite, earned it. National Archive then came. A photo, that was Midnight Concerto to the inside. Pookie and Trail of Gold. 2 minutes, 18, flat.
What a battle there in the stretch. National Archive digging in. Pookie right there as well. And then trying to come up the rail, Midnight Concerto. It seemed every time Pookie was about to go by, National Archive would come back just a little bit in the stretch there.
Yeah, I thought I was home free.
Somebody dropped their stick as well.
I thought I was home free with Pookie here as well.
I think Flavian dropped the crop in the stretch there.
Maybe it helped him.
Yeah, he did. He dropped his crop in the stretch.
I actually think Pookie blew second here as Midnight Concerto came up the rail to get second in this race. And, you know, Flavian there to take advantage of the usual buffoonish riding by others and letting them walk around the racetrack. But Pookie had every chance to catch her. It was a good ride,
right
good trip
it goes.
for her. Frankly, Midnight Concerto, given the pace, ran well, and even the 7, Trail of Gold, who was never really able to settle, was finishing at the end, a close finish. You got to love a 4-horse photo where a 4-5 shot wins, but in your case, you're happy, Acacia.
Of course.
I'm a little less happy. At least I didn't bet a 1-5. I thought I was home free. I felt like a genius at this point.
Yeah, as you should have. And
She
it
just
was a
didn't
good
finish.
call. Maybe he didn't necessarily finish, but it's one of the things about turf racing. You know, this is a mile and 3/8, and then you've got 4 horses bunched up together at the wire. It's something that we will see in turf racing as they all start to accelerate late. That turn of foot, as we call it.
Well, they come home at 11 and 11.93. It's hard for them to close, and I think that's why you can see Midnight Concerto ran very well, all things considered, considering the pace and such. She ran well. National Archive had the best of it, but she did battle back and get it done. It looked like Pookie was home free.
1-3-5-7 National Archive at 4-5 getting the win. Flavian Prat aboard as she was the one that we knew she would appreciate the distance. The victory in race 3, prices and more when we come back.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th hole, Godite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Motivating at 875 down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we saw a popular victory here in race number 3 as National Archive gets the hard-fought victory. And pleased to be joined by longtime assistant to the Clement barn, Christophe L'Oreal. And Christophe, well done, because I know this filly has been under your tutelage down here at Belmont, and she's not necessarily the easiest. She is rather high-strung, but she's so beautifully put together and quite a big filly.
Yeah, she's very good when she's in her routine. Here at Belmont, no problem. But Miguel told me that the last 2 times at Saratoga, she was quite a handful to saddle. But to tell you the truth, today she was very good. A touch anxious, but not bad. And but the paddock is designed in a certain way here, where horses are probably, it's a lot easier to saddle here than it is at Saratoga. But she ran great today. There was not much pace, on paper. He went to the lead. He just said that, he was missing a little bit of a target. So when they came at her, she was very game, and she stick her neck to the wire.
Were you pleased to see, or, obviously races are drawn. You kind of have to go maybe against what the horse has been doing in the past. But since there was no pace, were you pleased to see her show that new dimension today?
Yeah, I think so. Like I told him, I said, she's got all number 1 today, just no pace, just, try to go for it. And, like Mr. Lucas used to say, the shortest way to the wire is on the rail, so.
That's the way I saw it, too, and I'm glad you brought up Mr. Lucas, as you were the recipient of the Wayne Lucas Assistant Award given by NYTHA. We commemorated that about a month ago. Talk a little bit. To be the inaugural winner of it, I think really speaks volumes to what you've accomplished in your career.
Oh yeah, it's very rewarding. I was very honored, obviously, to be the first one and to be remembered and recognized. So it was a lot of fun, and it was a special day for me. Yes.
With your whole family there as well, it was fun to watch as well. Well done here with National Archive, really responding well today.
Thank you.
All right, Christophe L'Oreal, longtime assistant for the Clement barn, and really doing well with all the horses under his care. Acacia?
He certainly is. Maggie, thank you so much. Obviously, I'm biased, known Christophe a long time, assistant for my late father-in-law, now assistant to my husband, but is truly such a fine horseman and an amazing human being as well. And Christophe, like many on the backside, really kind of some of the unsung heroes that work day in and day out with these horses and make the trainer look good.
He's clearly the brains of the operation, let's be honest here. No, obviously, he's done a great job working for a long time, and couldn't agree more with Acacia. There's so many people behind the scenes that don't get the kind of credit that they deserve and do a fabulous job.
Absolutely. As we turn the page, get ready for race 4 coming up next. This one off the turf, a New York bred maiden claiming for $50,000 sprinting, as this race really held together. You have a couple of main track onlys, but throughout the body of the race, Andy, there actually were quite a few horses with some dirt form.
I agree, and I'm looking at the doubles. And the
10 is favored?
And the favorite is Ori.
Wow.
This is why off-the-turf races are good betting races. Ori has never been on the dirt. He's got a European pedigree on the sire side, and even turf on the dam side, and he's a horse that burns money on the turf. He might be about as bad a favorite as you'll ever see in racing. He wins,
shocking.
I lose.
As he will be doing something for the first time today.
Wild that he's favored.
Yeah, we'll see if he can handle the main track. This race does kick off today's pick 6 with that carryover just shy of 26,000 in the sequence after yesterday's card. And you may have a free bingo square, considering how you feel about randomized in the Beldame. Beyond that, though, race 8 on the turf, the others scheduled for the grass off. So you have a couple of really wide open races in the sequence.
I agree. It is a tricky sequence starting here. I would lean in the 9, but there are a lot of horses that can obviously win here. You got the 6th and 9th coming off the turf are going to be tricky race in the sequence. If it was easy, it wouldn't be hard.
Amen to that, as we'll get a chance to kick it off with this upcoming 4th race and see who can handle the main track off the turf in race 4. The carryover coming up in today's pick 6. We get ready to start the sequence in the 4th after this.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from Alaska first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The ex-race horses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standardbred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the two organizations working together to help two kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing two sides of Aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. So, and to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting Aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met two students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy. Good boy. It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping two horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
New Vocations doing such wonderful work for horses off the track, rehab, retrain, rehome. Be sure to check out New Vocations for more information. One of many Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance organizations that really works to retrain and find new homes for horses when their racing days are done. Obviously, I cannot speak highly enough about Thoroughbred Aftercare, but for the Thoroughbred in general, they can do so much when their racing days are done.
Yes, I think it's incumbent on everybody involved in racing if they can do something to make sure they're doing their part, whatever it is, to help out the horses after they've done racing. You really got to do it. It's an obligation we all have.
They are such amazing animals to be around, both while they're racing and in their careers afterwards as well. We will continue looking at some of the stakes action this weekend. The Grade 3 Belmont Turf Sprint will be race 4 tomorrow, sprinting on the turf. And we'll get a chance to see if 26 Black can make it 2 in a row, as he won the disco partner towards the end of the Saratoga meet, beating Bold Journey that day.
And this was a race that was for a horse that hadn't won a sweepstake this year, but it's also a race that featured a lot of the horses he's running against in here. And 26 Black has been ultra consistent. Horacio's done a great job with him, and he's just the horse to beat.
Very cool. New York bred as well. There's actually quite a few New York breds in this race, which I thought was kind of fun looking through this field. It seems like the New York bred turf sprinters are, they're older, but they've stuck around a long time and have been consistent.
And we're finally starting to run some races for them, you know, some stake races, moving the Ashley D. Cole, moving those other races and giving them opportunities in stakes quality. He's good. Allegan is good. He's probably his main competition in here. Maybe Dancing Buck is the speed, second off a layoff. And of course, one of your favorite horses in there, Senbei as well.
My man, see if he can get back on track as well as he is lately better when he's forwardly placed. That's coming up in the Belmont Turf Sprint tomorrow. Back to today, race 4 coming up. Does kick off our pick 6 with that carryover. Great opportunity to be involved. Andy, for those who may not be quickly as familiar, why is it such a benefit to play when there is a carryover?
Well, because it's going to be a takeout reducer and, you know, the added money in the pool. If there's a 24% takeout, so it's roughly a quarter. So if there's 4 times the carryover bet, you're basically betting into a 0 takeout pool, and that's not a bad thing. And you know, there are so many misunderstandings out there of the economics of betting. The reality is that these are specific and difficult wagers, and they're wagers that really. They reward ticket structure much more than handicapping. The myth out there is that good handicapping can win you pick 6s. I would argue that opinions, and I'm somebody who has a lot of strong opinions, can get in the way of being successful in pick 6s and even pick 5s, because winning these bets is about surviving races, getting through them, and you get yourself in trouble. I hate this horse. I love this horse. You got to be careful. You got to allow yourself the opportunity to be wrong and still get through a race, or marginally right and get through those races. And the truth is, and I know this is an unpopular opinion by the ignorant on Twitter, that favorites can be your friends in these races as long as you get to the races where you have better opinions than shorter priced horses. But a lot of times in these sequences, because they're so badly misplayed by people getting bad advice, shorter priced horses are overlays quite often in these sequences.
Well, the favorite here, though, is the number 10, Ori, Maggie, as this is a horse who will try the dirt for the first time. How does he look in the paddock? Can he handle it?
What is going on around here? If Ori wins, I don't even know what I do. I would offer to eat a lantern bug, but I'm definitely not going to do that. But this is a horse that I didn't even like on the turf. And he looks like a turf sprinter through and through. He has about a flat of a foot that you could possibly ask a horse to have. And it's not like we're dealing with yesterday's track, where sometimes those turf horses will appreciate the kind of sealed surface that they get. No, this is a fast, harrowed, open track that, you know, you're going to have to cut through a little bit. You're not just going to spring off of. Look, he looks great for who he is. I mean, he's healthy. There's no problems with him in that respect. It's just the conditions of the race. And furthermore, I just don't know how good he ultimately is. I felt as though there have been times where he should have run better than what he has. To his inside is one that is only run on the dirt, and that's number 9, Game Bred. I think he's highly interesting here. You know, he continues to get a bit of a makeover. Addition of Lasix, 2-back, addition of blinkers last time. Now he's without some equipment as he comes back as a gelding, and a horse that has struggled to get out of the gate. A lot of times that helps things out. Now, do I wish there was a little bit more time with the gelding coming back here? Sure, and you'll probably see an improved effort even after this one here. But he looks great against this field, and you know that at least he can handle the dirt. I know he hasn't done any significant running in those races, but the drop in class is significant here. And Acacia, it shows with what he looks like against this field physically.
He seems to make a lot of sense. Maggie, thank you. Let's meet the rest of the field, though. Andy, starting off with a horse who has run well on dirt, Tom's Chicken Fingers.
Yeah, the layoff is the concern. I haven't seen this horse now for over 9 months. Michelle Nevin's horses often need a race off the layoffs. Has actually some turf pedigree, but last race good enough to make the horse a player here.
First-time starter, Sammy C-Note.
It's actually a good turf family.
Yeah.
I love Bargaining Table, the Dam, a nice turf horse for Gary Siaka. She didn't run for Gary, though.
Disco Dervish, who drops in class.
Just has not been competitive, but she does drop.
Another first-time starter who I was really intrigued in on the turf, Frickin' Frack.
Yeah, he's got a big pedigree for turf. Look for him on the turf next time out for Bruce Levine.
And Molo, off of a bit of a layoff.
Big price on a horse that, frankly, probably shouldn't be this big a price, all things considered.
Gamebred, who Maggie was talking about, very intriguing.
Yeah, I thought this horse should be favored in this race, just a logical horse to beat.
Ori, still the favorite.
If you're betting Ori here, you're missing the plot. It's a horse that is a failure on the surface he likes to run on, and there's no reason to believe he's supposed to be good in the dirt.
There's Out of the Fog, also first time on the dirt.
Yeah, and he's another one that has primarily a turf pedigree.
Here are the main track only, starting off with Rodolphe.
Yeah, a big price on this horse, to be honest, for a horse that's run well enough last time out, though not a very good field.
And let's get weird to the outside.
Yeah, I know you like this horse, and he's probably a fair price at 7-1 right now. At least he's a legit dirt horse. I think both the 14 and 16 are probably overlays here.
Main track only is getting completely ignored right now. Let's go back to the rail. The one, Tom's Chicken Fingers. He did finish second on the dirt last time. Now, this was back in December, so he does have, as you mentioned, the layoff to contend with in here. Often can be a touch of a concern coming back off the bench for the barn, but a horse that, as mentioned, we saw with a good second place finish this day.
Yeah, I mean, I think this effort's good enough to give him a chance in this race. Maybe he needs a race off a layoff, but it's not going to take a Herculean effort to win here.
Horse that does have some tactical speed as well, as prior to those races, he'd had some trouble at the gate, kind of acting up and rearing up at the start, both on turf and dirt. Showed much better tactical speed last time out. See if he can do that again today, framing up well out there on the track at 7-1. Kind of a big price on this horse, too.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think this horse is a very fair price. This race is being misbet, and it's being misbet. And the 9 is now 2-1, and that's no surprise. The 9 should be favored in this race. Win or lose, he's the horse to beat in this race, not the number 10. And in my opinion, horses like the number 10 are the reason I like off the turf races. There will be horses that are not supposed to be short that get overbet.
Couple of first-time starters. Maggie, what is the 6 Frickin' Frack showing you?
That's a great name for a Leah Frick, right? As we'll take a look at 2 of his progeny here in this 4th race. And Frickin' Frack, I know, has predominantly a turf pedigree on the bottom side, but he doesn't look overly turf bent. I mean, this guy has a smaller foot to him, isn't necessarily that angled in his pastern or his hind end. Yes, it's probably the surface that he'll have more success on, but the siblings, they could handle the dirt as, whoa, now he's trying to run off a little bit there with Johnny aboard. He wasn't doing that when they first started off, so Johnny must have gunned him a little bit to get him up into the bridle because he was very laid back in the paddock. And also, I kind of get the feeling that Bruce might keep him in here just to get that start under his belt and also leave him in because, you know, there aren't that many more turf opportunities for these horses. But I will say this. Yes, a race is going to move him up. This might not be the right surface, but look for him to run at least well as he is taking a good deal of money. Number 1, Tom's Chicken Fingers. Poor horse, every time I see that name. I don't love the fact that I don't think he was beaten by a particularly good horse last time, and he was kind of outgamed in the latter stages. He did get a lovely warm-up, too, as Kendrick Carmouche does stick aboard for the first time off this first start off the layoff, and here as a 4-year-old now. I never thought he looked fit last year, so kind of same thing again. It might just be him, but I do think a start will be beneficial. Now, I know that there are 2 MTOs in here, and Let's Get Weird looks great. I mean, if you like him, have at it for sure at 5-1 on an MTO. But I do want to touch on Rodolphe, who's the one coming off of a layoff here. He had a weird trip last time in that he was kind of tightly on the rail behind the pace, and maybe it was because, you know, you can't necessarily tell how close quartered they are. And he seemed to be fine with it when they were going down the backside, but when they hit the turn, then he started reacting badly and started climbing and backed right out of that hole. And once Katie Davis got him more towards the outside, he mildly re-rallied. But I'll say this, he looks incredibly fit coming back off the bench here. So a horse that hinted at least being able to compete at this level in his last start if he can get a clear run of it. And two, now he's posted towards the outside. Definitely looks as though he's ready for this comeback affair. Acacia?
Yeah, he's a generous price for a horse entered for the main track. Maggie, thank you. Rodolphe at 10-1, double-digit odds on him right now. As yes, does have a little bit of a layoff to contend with, but good to hear that he's looking fit. And let's get weird. I know that you weren't overwhelmed by the quality of what he faced last time, Andy. He did finish second, but he is I think a good price at 5-1 at the moment.
Yeah, we'll have to agree to disagree. I think this is a terrible race he comes out of. Renew the Blue came back and ran yesterday and ran 10 buyer points or 11 buyer points worse than he did in this race. I think this is a hungry field, and I think with the presence of a horse like the 9 and even some others like the 1, I prefer others. Listen, I'm not saying I'm going to be right. If you like this horse, you should bet on him. I just don't like the race that he's coming out of, and I think a horse like the 9 has run against significantly better horses and run better races. But to be fair, it isn't necessarily that deep a race. There are a lot of horses that are question marks, entered for the turf, so I can understand why some people like him. I picked him third. I'm not really, I don't think he's supposed to be surer than 5-1 in this race. I mean, I guess he should be a surer price than the number 10. The number 10 is supposed to be about 10-1 in this race. He has a very insignificant chance to win this race. He's not very good. He's running on the wrong surface. Maybe he wins, but you're supposed to get paid if you like the 10. And he's the kind of horse that people get themselves in trouble with in off-the-turf races.
Both Andy and Maggie landing on Gamebred, who has now tipped over to be favorite. I kind of feel like he should be the favorite in here, though. Anyway, Andy, I mean, this is a horse. I knew he had some turf pedigree, and I was a bit intrigued by it. The Dam was a graded stakes winner on the turf in Italy, actually a very good grass horse. But he's run on the dirt and actually ran a little bit, 2 starts back in particular, just against far better in here.
I agree. He's run against much better horses. He's run figures to make him the horse to beat. I don't know he's supposed to be 2-1, but he's the horse to beat. We said before he should be favored, and we'll say it again. He's the right favorite. Win or lose, he's supposed to be favored here. He's the most likely winner of this race.
The number 6, Frickin' Frack, taking some attention as well. As Maggie said, not overly turf looking, but he probably does need a race staying in. He's a horse that, like I said, I was very intrigued by. Have to Midday Image, who was a very good turf horse. The Dam was good on the turf, kind of that Generazio homebred on the bottom side. One that I'll be watching with some interest, I think.
I agree. I like this horse in the turf, too. He was going to be my top choice in the turf as well. See if he can run, but he's probably more bent for the turf, but who knows?
It is a great name for Leo Frick. I agree with Maggie. Yeah. That's fantastic. Very clever.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Roddy's probably leaving in to get a race under him, but that doesn't mean he can't win in here. It's not going to take an incredibly strong effort to win this race. I'd rather bet the 6 than the 10. At least he's unexposed.
That's fair.
And a better
5-1
price.
right now. Yeah, absolutely. Ori.
Listen, maybe the 10 will win. I just think the 10 is a terrible bet at 4-1.
Ori, who was taking that early money, now 4-1, doing something for the first time. Favoritism has tipped over to Gamebred on the drop-in class. Pick 6 kicking off here. Pool over 135,000. We appreciate everybody who's participating. Good luck if you're playing. Wishing you all the best throughout this sequence today. Off the turf here in race 4 as we get ready to kick off today's Pick 6. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Frick and Frack. Anmolo. Rodolphe. Last to load to the outside. Let's get weird. Goes in. All set. Pick 6. And they're off. Squeeze at the start was Sammy C-Note, and also Disco Dervish was off slowly. Breaking beautifully was Tom's Chicken Fingers, is about to be joined to the outside by Let's Get Weird. It's Let's Get Weird and Tom's Chicken Fingers. 1-2 here, head and head, as they work up the backstretch early. Gamebred slotted right in behind them as alone in third, just moving in behind this pace battle up front. Ridolfi is on the move, is there in fourth. 22.74 for that pressured opening quarter mile. That's the leading four. Trying to keep up out of the fog, is losing ground there in fifth. Just behind them comes Anmolo, is in the yellow silks, also progressing. Here comes Frick and Frack from out of the pack. Ori is chasing that rival, dropping back Sammy C-Note and Disco Dervish, the trailer. Tom's Chicken Fingers and Let's Get Weird still head and head here as they reach the top of the stretch, and Tom's Chicken Fingers is trying to sprint away. Tom's Chicken Fingers, but now Game Bread, and Game Bread is rolling down the center of the racetrack, is coming after this leader. Ori's trying to rally on from far out of it. Let's Get Weird is trying to hang in there too. Tom's Chicken Fingers to the inside. Game Bread to the outside. Game Bread is just edging clear. Game Bread wins it over Tom's Chicken Fingers. Ori is in a photo with Let's Get Weird in 1 minute 10.66 seconds.
Game Bread with the win, came rolling late under Dylan Davis on the drop in class. Top pick for Andy and Maggie, and he certainly was the one you wanted in this field.
Yeah, we really deserve a lot of credit for smoking this 8-5 shutout. I got to tell you, I'm feeling really proud of the selection.
As you should.
As we said all along, he was supposed to be favored. He got a perfect trip under Dylan. He broke well. He sat behind them. I think the one ran well off the layoff.
Yeah, give some credit to Tom's Chicken Fingers.
They were logical horses in here, and they ran 1-2. Ori actually finished third. Just ran well enough to sucker people into betting him the next time he runs the turf, where
Just
Acacia,
enough.
you, Greg, me, and every other sane person will be betting against him, or mildly sane.
Correct.
Somewhat insane,
Mildly
but still be betting
sane.
against.
You have to be a little insane to work at the racetrack. Number 9, Game Bread with the win over Tom's Chicken Fingers, who was 7-1. Talked about how he was too big a price, but Game Bread getting the victory, I'm sure, as he did go off at 8-5. Quite a few tickets still alive moving forward, as the number 4 was the one who really got impeded at the start. He was a big long shot, but did have a significant stumble, Disco Dervish, at the beginning of the race. But Game Bread, as Andy mentioned, with a good trip, and it was Ori checking in third. So 9-1, 10-16 as they get the victory there with Game Bread. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestRacing.net today. Gamebred heading into the winner's circle. Dylan Davis in the saddle, trained by Charlie Baker, who's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia's Gamebred. A little drop in class, a little ultimate equipment change too, Charlie. Definitely got him to the winner's circle today. He was very professional too. He broke a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. You needed that equipment change. We were trying to get through the meet of Saratoga without doing it before. So once his last race, we did it right after. And I think it was a big, he needed it. He was so hard to handle and everything else. The vets were complaining about him. He was that stuff. Yeah. And I thought he looked a lot better, more in shape. He lost a lot of muscle and just got it back better in shape. So it was great to get him to win, actually, for the owners.
And you got to keep him, too, which kind of opens up some possibilities. Obviously, with the winter right around the corner, we need dirt horses and a horse that now makes himself eligible for a starter.
Yeah, definitely. It opens up another race for him. Instead of going into the toughie, and then right away he can mess around with a starter until he gets to, because he's a horse that's going to get better. I think, he's going to get better. So I'm thinking he's going to be all right some down the road.
Yeah, definitely. I could not agree more. But we'll jump in our time machine, if you will. And 9 years ago, you won your first Grade 1, the Vosburg with Joking. Talk a little bit about that horse. He obviously meant so much to your stable, but a horse that you claimed and brought him through the ranks.
Yeah, no, he was a nice horse. He was always a nice horse. He always worked fast, but he was a nervous type. Mm-hmm. And once we got him to relax a little, he got to his real self, but he was always working fast like a stake horse all the time, So he was always a nice horse. He just got to relax. We got him to relax a little bit more, and he shows the real potential. But he was huge for the stable. I need another Joking.
Don't we all? I totally feel you on that front.
Yeah, we need another one like him. Or he doesn't have to be that good. It can be a little low, below, but we need another good one.
Just a stakes winner. Doesn't have to be a great stakes winner.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking for that. We are looking for that, searching hard for one of those.
And that's what keeps us going in this game, that's for sure. Well, Charlie, well done here with Gamebred. As you said, I think he's a horse that does move on and upwards from this victory.
I think so. I think he will. I think he's just starting to figure out stuff, and he's starting to relax himself. And I think he'll get better. I think he's a horse that bred to get better as he gets older, too. So he's going to be all right.
Always good to look forward to the future. And hey, Acacia, maybe find another stakes horse you can pick up in the claim box.
You never know where they're going to come from, Maggie. Charlie Baker, one of the good guys for sure, and a very good horseman, and did an exceptional job with Joking, looking back on that Vosburg winner. And, you see him really kind of bringing horses along, and sometimes through those ranks, as Maggie mentioned.
We all love Charlie, agreed, and he's been having a decent, came alive in the summer. He'd been struggling for a while, but nice to see him start winning some races. And I'm going to disagree. If I were them, I would have been very happy to get this horse claimed for $50,000, but listen, I hope I'm wrong.
Gamebred getting the victory, $5.48 winner to kick out the first leg of the Pick 6 dirt scheduled race coming up for the New York Breds in race 5, sprinting on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. Right now it is Bostonian, who's currently 2-1, undefeated, hasn't raced since October. A very interesting Wesley Award wildcard runner in here.
Yeah, he's not going to be favored at post time. I like Bostonian in this race, but I like him in the 5-1 range, not in the 2-1 range. We'll see what price he ends up. I think he's an interesting horse that looks too slow, but with routine improvement from 2 to 3, could easily be fast enough. And kind of when I see a trainer like Wesley, who's not afraid to enter and scratch, when he's in an ambitious spot and stays there, I always feel it's a positive.
See what he does if he can remain undefeated. Time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back reporting a little bit later on, but I'm leaving you at least for a short time in the capable hands of Greg Wolf.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you're saying goodbye. You're going to try to get something to eat.
I'm starving. Yes. I can't wait to go
over there.
to get lunch. I know, there's party going on over in Equestrian. We'll kick off the late Pick 5. Coming up after this, Greg Wolf stepping in on the desk to take you the rest of the way on America's Day at the Races.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, 5 graded stakes races, including the Joe Hurst Turf Classic and the Vosburg presented by Army Mule, a Win and You're In challenge for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Join us Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Good to be with you on our Friday coverage as we continue from Friday Belmont of the Big A. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And we're up to race 5, about 13 minutes to post. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. I get a little Andy Serling before you leave me.
I barely noticed the difference between you and Acacia. For a second, I was confused. It's nice to have you here. Acacia will be on the show later, coming from the paddock, but nice to have you up here. And you live in the pick 6?
Yes, difficult.
Smoked out that first leg winner. Got that horse.
I mean, I thought about playing even the pick 5 today. Too hard for me.
Well, I mean, the problem with it is both the 6th and 9th races are crapshoots. And, you know, you don't really know. It could be very random. And you've got to get through 2 of them, you know?
Yeah.
It's one thing to try to get through 1 of them because there's really no dirt form whatsoever to speak of in those races. So you're doing a lot of guessing, and it's really hard to know. Those races do make it tricky. So even if you lean on a last winner, if you're somebody who's singling randomized, which I'm sure a lot of people are, and she should win, you still got to get through a couple of races that are crapshoots, to say the least.
Big race is still to come, and yeah, an odds-on favorite will be randomized. Let's look ahead to the weekend. Vosburg, presented by Army Mule. This is, I think, my favorite race of the weekend coming up.
I have a question about Scotland. And this is something that you will be surprised because this is not my usual thing. Is it possible he's a bit of a horse for course? He has run the best race of his career at Saratoga. That's what worries me a little bit about him. You know, he ran so well against the bias two-back. Boy, did Junior give him a good ride in here. He just wasn't good enough to beat Bookham Dano, but that's no embarrassment, and ran very well. But I wonder if he's a horse that just seems to run a little bit better up there. I could be wrong. It's just a hypothesis.
His Cherokee at Churchill was pretty good, wasn't it?
It was, but for the most part, if you look at his record, his best races have been up there. It may just be timing. It may just be the situation he's been in. I don't like to make too much of that, but he is the favorite. Both he and Crazy Mason are both dangerous in this race. Though I don't believe that the morning line's going to hold up. There is no way that Patriot Spirit is going to be 5-1 in here.
Yeah,
in my opinion, he's supposed to be vying for favoritism, if not favored.
He comes in incredibly sharp form. Huge win at Colonial last start, 90 buyer, going 7 furlongs and 121 flat.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think he's a good horse. He's a horse that has the credentials to be okay. He's running some tough races. I think these one-turn sprints are going to suit him. And listen, he's coming up here, and the buildings get higher, and the competition gets steeper. But I think he's going to be a major player in this race, and I'd love to get 5-1. I'm skeptical.
So many races you can go through this field, make cases for Nash. 2 starts back at a monster effort.
Is it just a wet track? You know, I think you're right. It's funny you mentioned him. I thought Nash was very interesting. I picked him second in this race because he's run some good race in the past, and he lost all chance at the beginning of the Vanderbilt last time out. And I think Brad Cox bringing him here is actually a good sign. So I agree. I think Nash could be an interesting price player in here.
All right, let's get back to today's action. We are 10 minutes to post. In race 5, as Andy mentioned, pick 6 underway, back in the 4th. Here we go with a late pick 5, including this one here. Comes in undefeated for Wesley Ward Bostonian, but has not raced since October of 2024. We'll get your thoughts in a minute. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Bostonian, as I'm glad that you said that, Greg, to remind me to make sure I said it correctly as well. He has only raced against New York breds once before, and that was in the Aspirant, and taking that down as a 2-year-old. Look, I obviously didn't cover that race because it's at Finger Lakes, so I've never laid eyes on this horse before. And as he comes back now as a later 3-year-old, I'm not exactly sure how much growing he's done. It's just, you know, my guess for the fact that I know what Wesley's horses typically look like as juveniles. They're brawny types, and often they win and are so successful because they are bigger, stronger versions of their counterparts. He still looks like a 3-year-old against this crew, which does include some pretty, tried and true veterans of the game. So, and furthermore, he has to deal with so much more speed to his outside. And it's not like he's overly sharp in here. He's actually quite laid back and calm, but we'll have to deal with that inside post position. And I'd say he's about 90% fit on top of that. Is built like a very quick horse, so therefore I like him getting back to 6 furlongs here, as he did gut out the 7/8 last time at Keeneland. So the year layoff or near year layoff does concern me a bit. On to number 5, that is Yo Banana Boy. Now his last race was a bit disappointing, but he's a horse that had never run on Lasix before, and because of that poor performance, I'm thinking in all likelihood he did bleed in his last start. So coming back with Lasix is now so much more settled in the paddock than what he was in the Saratoga paddock, because he was just doing too much, I thought, got himself too revved up prior to that start on top of all of that. So looks fantastic coming in here, but it looks as though the Lasix has done its job, because a lot of times it will settle a horse, will have them be a little bit more tucked up, and that's exactly what I'm observing here from Yo Banana Boy. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up shortly. 7 minutes to post here in race 5. Again, late pick 5 starts in this one. It includes the grade 2 Beldame, where randomized is going to be incredibly short on the board. We start with the returnee 3-year-old debut, Bostonian Wesley Ward undefeated.
I thought he was an interesting horse at a reasonable price in this race for Wesley to put him in this spot. Routine Improvement gets him to be fast enough, but at 2-1, I will pass.
Brajol, blinkers coming off.
Needs to get some pace to run at. There should be at least a legitimate, if not a fast pace.
Factually correct. Last couple of races, going to be tough to beat.
Well, yeah, but he's a horse that really needs the lead to be most effective. With I'm Wide Awake and Yo Banana Boy in here, I'm not sure that's going to happen.
There is Yo Banana Boy. 7-2 gets Lasix.
Like what Maggie had to say about he looks with the Lasix, I think he's very dangerous near getting Kendrick Carmouche.
That Stewie could take a move forward today.
Okay, we disagree.
9-1. Jamie Begg, Christopher Elliott. And I'm Wide Awake was your favorite just moments ago. That's now changed and gone to the inside.
I'm skeptical. He does draw well on the outside. He does have back races fast enough to win. I don't love either of his two dirt races recently where he lost at 3-5 in even money. I think that turf race is a bit of a mirage. There was no pace. He's going to be a heavy favorite by post time. I'm going to probably go in another direction, but he can win. I just prefer others.
Well, let's look back to this one here. Factually correct. Man, has this one moved barns on a frequent basis.
What is the great appeal to claim this horse, being that he hasn't won a race in well over a year? Yet every time he runs, people can't wait to jump in and claim him. It's a little bit strange, but I guess he's held that form and he runs consistently. He is a horse that's fast enough to win this race in his good races, but I just wonder whether or not he's going to get away with an easy lead like he did in his last start. But he did rate and run okay 2 races back in a race that was dominated up front.
Fernando Abreu, it's a reclaim for him. He had him this summer, and quite a bit of money has been spent claiming this horse the last 6 months or so.
It's crazy. I mean, he's been claimed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last 6 times, the only 6 times he's been in for a tag, he was claimed. I'm not sure he's ever been in for a tag before that. How's that? He might have been claimed every time he's been in for a tag. At least that's the case for the last year plus.
Over $250,000 worth of claims on him alone.
Well, he does show up and run. He's consistent. He holds his form, but he also hasn't won a race in quite a while. But he's 9-2 if you like him, which seems like a pretty fair price. They're all, you know, the one is overbet. I like the one here, but 2-1 seems crazy.
Here's Yo Banana Boy, Kendrick Carmouche. Will get Lasix. You talked about the speed he has. 2-time winner. Let's look at him in action. This was back on July 5th, Belmont at Saratoga.
When I'm Wide Awake was able to control up front, and he still ran him down for second. Now they both lost to Jackson Heights, who came from the clouds to win this race. But I thought Yo Banana Boy ran well rating. But he is a horse that the only time he's won is when he's been able to control on the front end. Lasix and Kendrick, maybe he ends up being the speed of speed. If he is, I think he can win. And I think Kendrick is much less likely to sort of rate him along than his prior rider.
This was just early start to Saratoga, too, by the way. Excuse me.
July 5th. Yes, too bad.
Yeah. See how he fares. I thought that's a very difficult race to start the sequence. I'm surprised. It's probably going to change, I would think. I haven't looked at the doubles yet. But to see Bostonian, yes, there's upside. Yes, he's undefeated. He needs to improve a bit, though, to beat the best of this bunch, doesn't he?
He's the 3rd or 4th choice in doubles, so whether or not he drifts remains to be seen. There's a lot of time to go, yes. The feeling why I like him. Number one, he hasn't run in 9 months. He hasn't run since a 2-year-old. A 75 buyer in his second start could easily become an 85 to 90 buyer with routine improvement from 2 to 3. But also Wesley Ward. Wesley will enter his horses anywhere and everywhere. And he quite frequently not afraid to scratch if he feels like he's in a tough spot. I see Wesley knowing entering this race he's going to be running against this kind of horse. Wesley's smart enough to know the horses we're going to enter here. And he's not afraid to enter and run. To me, that's a positive sign for a very, very sharp trainer.
Long time away, had shown speed before, and coming in fresh off the bench, you would expect to see that again. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm just not sold on him today. I think his job gets pretty tough here, facing the likes of horses that just have been around and done it so many more times than he has, including Factually Correct. And I will say that because I know this horse and I know that he is one that people like because he's kind of easy to have in the barn. Obviously, my husband had him before, and I'll tell you what, the last 2 times he was in, he went for him too and got outshook. So, 2, people are desperate for dirt races, for dirt horses. And a horse that maintains his form and consistently runs well, consistently gets checks, so therefore pays his way, and you know he's competitive at this $45,000, second level allowance race. He doesn't really want to go any further in the class ranks. He's just a good horse to have in one's barn, where he gives you the hope and the potential to possibly win these races. I will say, though, that I thought he looked a touch better last time. He's just a little bit more quiet than I would like to see him, and maybe not carrying quite as much conditioning. But again, a horse that typically shows up and does his thing. Number 8, Stewie. It was part of a good summer for trainer Jamie Begg. And, I know he looks maybe a little lighter on numbers than some of the other ones in here, but my goodness, he looks great. He's a sharp horse. He's a good feeling horse, carrying his weight and conditioning extremely well. He's posted towards the outside. He has that tactical speed. We'll see what Christopher Elliott's able to do with him here. And I like the fact that he gets back on a fast track too. Not that he ran poorly last time on a sloppy track, just a horse that looks a little bit more inclined to prefer it dry, just because he's a bigger, heavier sort. So at 8-1, he's one I'd definitely be willing to use underneath, Greg.
8-1. Yeah, I'm intrigued by this one a bit as well. Gets another crack, and I'm awake after being no match for that one 3 starts back.
Yeah, I don't think he's even a mild contender in this race. I don't think he's fast enough. I'll never know how he got up to win rating 2 races back. He's never done it before. I didn't think he was good enough, but like I said, he's 8-1. You like him? Bet him.
4-year-old who's improving, just paired up races as well on his figures. I felt we're not that far off the 9.
I don't want to talk anybody off an 8-1 shot. He's just not for me.
What about 9-2 on Factually Correct?
Well,
what price would get you interested on him?
Not really any price, to be honest with you. I don't like him in here. He doesn't win. I think there's other speed, so I'm not that interested. But 9-2 is a fair price on him. I'd rather bet him at 9-2 than the 8 at 9-1. But I like the 1. I just don't like the price. But I don't want Yo Banana Boy at 5-2 either. And I think he's the second horse I would want in here. So to be honest, this board is sort of preventing me from betting, because I just think the 1 is, you're supposed to get a little better than 5-2 on him. But I do like his chances. I think he's going to run well today. I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
That price is horrendous.
On what?
On the 1.
I know it's horrendous, but I was hoping to get 7-2 or 4-1.
Favorite outside. It's the 9. I'm Wide Awake. Norm Cassidy, Ricardo Santana Jr. Turf back to dirt. 1 race turf experiment where he ran very good on the grass. Back to dirt now. And he becomes the favorite once again. Late pick 5 starts here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
I'm Wide Awake. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a good line. Speed from the inside, Bostonian. Right out towards the front, it's Bostonian with the speed is up by a full length. Also chasing right there towards the outside comes Factually Correct, who's going to sit in second. 3 wide, that's going to be Yo Banana Boy. And joining them on the far outside, I'm Wide Awake. The 2 towards the back, that's Stewie with Brajol. They're moving towards the far turn, and the leader, Bostonian. Bostonian took him through a 22-second flat opening quarter mile. Factually Correct has been within range throughout, and I'm Wide Awake is 3 wide. Just off of them, Yo Banana Boy is ready to rally from 4th, is going to follow Bostonian and take the inside path. It's just drafting right in behind the leader. Also warming to the task, Stewie is within range. Brazol, the trailer. Bostonian corners wide. Center of the racetrack. The lane is wide open here towards the inside for Yo Banana Boy, and now Bostonian gets the cue to find a touch more. A furlong left to go. Bostonian, Yo Banana Boy trying to catch with every single stride. Bostonian just keeps on going. Bostonian is clear. Bostonian, Rosario get the victory. Bostonian won it over Yo Banana Boy, then came Factually Correct and late running Brajol. 1 minute 9.77 seconds.
Long time away and ready to go off the bench. You expected him to fire out of there being fresh. With his speed, he did, and he kept on going.
When he made the lead, this race was over. And you could see how easily he was going. Wesley Ward is just a little bit sharper than a lot of people, to be honest. And, you know, when I first saw this horse in this race, I thought, well, he's got no shot. Look at how slow he is. But then you start to think, well, Wesley knows who he's going to run with in this race. And you realize with routine improvement, he can run faster figures against a field of horses that have been having their chances. This was just sort of trusting in Wesley Ward. The public agreed. Joel did his job, and he got it done. Yo Banana Boy got a very nice ride from Kendrick. He was second best.
Guess who people spent $45,000 on again to claim?
They can't help the three?
Yes, once again, factually correct, claimed again.
I don't think that Fernando's going to claim again.
1532, long time away. Bostonian hadn't raced since October of last year at Keeneland. Comes back and goes gate to wire under Joel Rosario for the win. Now 4 for 4 to start his career.
Yeah, I mean, this was. I totally understand why people look at this horse and say, why is he 5-2? Why is he going to win? Sometimes you just have to trust in people that are sharp, and I did this with Wesley Ward, and it worked out.
Gets the job done, holds off Yo Banana Boy. We'll see what's next for this horse after all that time on the bench. But 5-2, again, second choice to start off the late pick 5. That is going to do it for you. Done for the afternoon?
I am done.
Richard Migliori stepping in for Andy after a short little timeout. Glad I got a couple segments with you.
I think we've got plenty of time together tomorrow to get sick of each other.
Tremendous Saturday
looking forward
tomorrow.
To it. Absolutely.
We look forward to it, and we'll see Andy back then. Again, Mig joining me after a timeout. Bostonian. Now 4 for 4 for Wesley Ward.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as Bostonian makes his 3-year-old debut a winning one and remains undefeated in his career for Wesley Ward as he was 5-2, returning 758 for the win, and piloting him today, Joel Rosario. And Joel, as you join me now, he was a horse that was so fleet-footed out of the gate. I mean, that gate speed is tremendous.
It was. It was really quick all day, and you know, I'm not trying to take anything away. Just let him do whatever he wanted to do, and just, you know, trying to save him for the last part. Hopefully, nobody challenged him a little bit in the backside. You know, just trying to let him kind of set up the race in his way.
You did have a challenge late with Yo Banana Boy coming up the rail, but once you showed him that horse, he seemed to dig in.
Yeah, he did. He was whole game for me. You know, trying to save as much as I could just for the last part, and he had a nice and handing. You know, he looked like, you know, he's getting a little bit tired at the end, but you know, he was keep moving forward. So, you know, he did a good job.
I'm sure that race will set him up for a nice campaign as a New York bred. But tomorrow we'll see you in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic aboard a familiar mount in Far Bridge. And I know people kind of, or I should say the other riders, figured out your game plan last time out. Didn't make it easy for you. Yeah. But now he's drawn towards the outside, but he likes to run on the rail. What's the game plan? It's a short field.
Well, we'll see how the race is set up, and you know, it's all up to him, you know, Farbridge. Hopefully, you know, we get the trip, and hopefully come in good form and all that stuff. So, you know, just he's an honest horse. He tries really hard all the time. So just, you know, just see how the trip is tomorrow.
Is he a horse that, you know, kind of resents being told what to do? It feels like you need to stay out of his way.
Something like that. He's the kind of horse, you know, he just have everything his own way, and you know, everything coming his way, he run a big race.
Well, hopefully that's what happens tomorrow. He does like it here at the Big A. Congratulations, though, with Bostonian.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario. He'll make his way back to the jocks room, but we'll make our way upstairs as we welcome in Richie Migliori to the broadcast. I'm sure you're happy to have the MIG, Greg, with you.
Always love to have the MIG here on the desk. Great to see you. Obviously an immense talent, Joel Rosario, who's been such a great fit for Farbridge. Things just didn't go his way the last time we saw him when El Cordobés was able to get that win. He will face again, along with a two-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf. And now he's drawn outside in a compact field, so his work cut out for him again.
Well, he's going to have to find that trip again where he can get down to the rail, where he runs best, where he's just most comfortable. And part of it is that Farbridge wants to lug in, right? He wants to go to the left. So if a rider is constantly having to correct a horse, it's keeping them from their forward progress. I think Joel maybe took some unwarranted criticism last time, because, you know, he's a difficult horse to ride. Yes, he had to use him more than he really wanted to, but the option was then to be hung 4 wide on a rail-running horse.
Looking forward, it's going to be a fascinating race. Joe Hurst Turf Classic, part of a sensational Saturday lineup, which we'll have here for you on our Saturday afternoon coverage on Fox Sports. Pick 6 carryover, follow along. 2 legs in, pretty formful to this point, but a long way still to go with the late pick 4. Coming up next, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll kick off the pick 4. It's a race that was meant for the grass. It comes off, and now it's just incredibly difficult to decipher who is going to step up with this surface switch here for these New York bred maidens.
And it really is, you know, a horse like the one horse who's taking all the money right now, your favorite, Time to Roll. This is a horse that has a pedigree that would suggest that. The mare has produced one other horse that has won on dirt. He's by Not This Time, who seems to get runners from any kind. And I thought this horse's first race, albeit on a different surface, was better than it looked. He was caught wide, he had a kind of middle move, and a horse that looked like he could benefit for a race. Well, I think he'll improve, but now we got to find out if it's the right surface.
Race away from the big one, grade 2, Beldame. Prep for the Breeders' Cup Distaff with Torpedo Anna awaiting. 1.125 distance, $250,000 purse, compact field. Majestic Hoops major player comes out. Randomized, heavy odds on favorite. She was not the randomized we've known in the personal ensign. Start before that, Molly Pitcher, she was brilliant. Is she the same mare at this point? Is she trustable in this field?
Well, that's the big question. At 5, is she still going to bring her A game? Last time she was in a pace duel with Torpedo Anna breathing on her, and it really set the race up for Darth Vader, but Torpedo Anna wouldn't let her by. But, you know, I think it speaks volumes to just what a champion Torpedo Anna is, that Random Ice, who can be very good on her day, you know, basically was eased through the stretch after kind of getting involved. The only thing is doesn't it look like she gets very loose today?
Incredibly so, especially with Majestic Oops coming out. And when she gets the lead, she's obviously a very different performer.
Well, and not just get the lead, too. Get comfortable on the lead. You know, she gets in a better rhythm. She uses her energy more efficiently. She breathes better. She doesn't have that constant pressure of a horse leaning on her. And then when she is able to get into that rhythm, she finds more.
1-2 morning line. Flavia Pratt will be aboard for Klarovich and Chad Brown. That's the next race. Grade 2 Beldame after race 6. Weekend stake schedule. Told you how loaded we are on Saturday afternoon. 2-time Breeders' Cup Turf winner, Rebels Romance. 3-time Grade 1 winner, Farbridge, who's won this race in the past. Not to mention the Sword Dancer winner, Cordobez, all lining up in that Turf Classic. Woodward, Gallant Bloom, Belmont Turf Sprint, Vosburg. Make a case for almost everybody in that sprint race. Sensational Saturday.
It really is a great card put together and a window into the Breeders' Cup about a month away.
Indeed, closing in on championship weekend at Del Mar. Going to take a timeout. Late pick 4 coming up. Time to roll. Horacio to pause. Kendrick Carmouche. There is Horacio teaming up with this one. Who'll get on dirt for start number 2. When we come back, we're 18 minutes to post. Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
And 70, I'd had to get down 270, $270,000.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
$650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Match 200, that code to use at sign up, and you can play the Pick 4 that gets started here in just about 16 minutes or so. Race meant for the grass, comes off main track now, shortened from a mile and a 16th to a mile. And there is time to roll for trainer Horacio DePaz, whose debut came on turf. DePaz has come a long way from the small Texas town he grew up in, from getting his feet wet in racing with quarter horse match races to working with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher to overseeing his own operation. He's continued to impress every step along the way.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas. What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat. Dry. Not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, like, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, you know, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day." And that was,
You got him.
That was a funny,
You got him to the table
He
with
said,
him with
you
that
know,
one.
got that grin on him and stuff, so.
Recruiting Ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, Recruiting Ready, but one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
Yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse too.
Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this is a good decision. So, anyway, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, you know, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was okay. You still gonna go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now. So.
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
Horacio de Paz, he's got the 5-2 current favorite. Time to roll. There is the one coming up in this next race, and you had an opportunity to work with him back in California.
Yeah, he was galloping horses for Todd Pletcher at the time, and we were breezing horses, working horses in tandem at Hollywood Park. You know, now the long gone Hollywood Park, but always a good horseman, very likable, easy to get on with. And it's not always easy working horses as a jockey with exercise riders, because you're going in with a specific goal and a work, to go a specific time, to get something out of it. It's like sparring. You're not looking to knock somebody out. You're looking to work on technique, you know, make a horse better. And a lot of exercise riders want to beat the jockey. So you wind up going too fast. They're race riding you. He was always so professional and cool about it. And it's carried over in his training career as well. And being hooked up with Barry Schwartz, somebody I just think the world of, is just a huge opportunity for Horacio.
There again, time to roll. Debuted on grass. This one comes off, so dirt debut coming up. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I don't know about that, Richie. When I was breezing horses, I never tried to beat the jockey. Out of the gate, however, I did like to show my skills there. But as we'll take a look at Horacio's horse in here, as Time to Roll, who was actually a 2-year-old report. And Horacio did tell me when I went to his barn that, look, I do like this horse, but I don't think that Twirling Lad will get beat. Unfortunately, he did get beat, but he ran well. And he just was also hinting at the fact that he thought Time to Roll would benefit from a start, because, as he said, he had been a bit of a playboy from the start since coming coming into his barn. I wasn't in the paddock for that debut race, and I can see where that might be a little bit of an issue, as he was a little bit warm when he came in here, but he has settled nicely, actually beautifully, since they've gotten the tack on him. And he's a horse that's not overly turf meant, and obviously his pedigree would suggest some versatility, being a son of Not This Time. While the Dam, she was all turf. A half sibling won a dirt sprint, and so did the second Dam. So I think that staying in here will be a-okay for him. Now, number 4, Kulina, was one that I would have definitely picked if this race was still on the turf, because I thought as though he would love getting more ground, and I still think that. I just think he'll like it better on the turf. He very much has a turf hoof to him, and I appreciate Jeremiah sticking him in here. You got to kind of find out with these New York breds if they can handle the dirt or not. He looks fantastic. I love the way that he's acting. He's being so much more settled and professional here at Second Asking, but again, I just not sure this is the right surface for him. As we'll move on to number 9, Diliello. For Carlos David, as there's actually a good bit of dirt pedigree with this horse, as he is a son of Gift Box. He's half to Ocean's Reserve, who is a pretty good runner for my friend Leah Giramati, a good closing sprinter type, and also Straka. His sister ran on the card, not very well today, but at least we know she's a dirt horse. I see why they've gone to the turf. He does have a little bit more of a turf look to him overall, especially through his foot, but he's a horse that has just continued to progress physically and mentally, this being now his first start of his 2-year-old campaign, Greg, and definitely no worse for wear. I think he improves with each start under his belt.
Thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up. Did you want to add something?
I would have loved to have worked horses with Maggie. That would have been great, but unfortunately, I just got too old.
2-1 favorite. Here's the DePaz runner, start number 2.
Well, I think he's a major player with a pedigree that suggests he may be okay on the dirt.
Rein it in. David Duggan, first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter. Tough distance to debut at, particularly on the dirt, going a mile now.
Bill Parcells, August Dawn Farm. Pepper J, Melanie Giddings trains.
He's going to have to show more on the stretch out here than he's shown so far, but he has run on dirt.
Jeremiah Engelhart with Kuliana stretching out.
By McLean's Music, that probably bodes well for a try on the dirt here.
16-1, a first-time starter, Noble Warrior.
Mitch Friedman does such a good job for Richard Greeley, the owner breeder, but a horse that looked like he was definitely more turf meant.
Biggest price on the board, Christian Mirage, Zip for Rick.
Yeah, and we try to let the board help us in these situations, and the board's saying, not quite.
George Weaver Barn, Ricardo Santana Jr. Newland.
Well, this is a horse that they left in on the dirt, and for George to leave this horse in certainly leads me to believe he saw something in this horse's morning training.
Diliello went by Carlos David, and then talked to me Jimmy, main track only entered, first-time starter for a barn that's having a great start to the meet.
Yeah, Rudy Rodriguez had a tough Saratoga, but he's having a great Belmont at the Big A stand. And this horse is the only horse that was actually entered to run on the main track.
Manny Franco rides from that outside post, 7-1. Pick 4 pool, you see 74,000 plus and growing. Get 10 times rewards points with Naira Bets for every $1 you bet on all races at Santa Anita today. Opt in now at nairabets.com. Got to opt in to take advantage of that promotion. So approaching the 5-minute mark to post for this 6th race coming up, and there is the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider who seemingly is right there again in pole position to go back to back.
Yeah, right now he's about $2 million in earnings ahead of Irad Ortiz. Really powerhouse list in the top 10 there. Breeders' Cup's going to have a lot to say with the outcome of both trainer and jockey. You know, those 2 days where the purses are so high and could be a big swing as far as who's on the leaderboard after that.
Incredible what he's done since coming to the East Coast. Got that coveted Eclipse Award, and he has not slowed down a bit. Here's the action he has on Saturday. Redistricting. Bit of a question mark at that Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Has shown ability, was highly regarded early on. It's going to be a tough test, but he has talent.
He has talent. He's trained by Chad Brown. He's got some races that certainly are right on the cusp of, you know, what he'll need to do to be successful there. He rode El Cordobas, gave him a great ride in the Sword Dancer in Saratoga. Soon next year will be the Christophe Clement, which I think is fantastic. But winds up, you got to stick with the guys that support you year-round. Now, it's great to ride for Godolphin, but they ship in, they ship out. Chad Brown's here all the time. I want to be the guy he taps on the shoulder. I want to be his quarterback.
And that's who he is right now. And that helped him earn an Eclipse Award. No question. Time to roll. See what we get from this horse moving to the dirt for start number 2. Public have made him the top choice. He's been favored throughout.
Yeah, I wound up, landing here as well. He's making a great impression in the warm-up, really framed up beautifully. He had some good gate works on the dirt. I thought that he looked like a horse that would benefit from a race last time. I just thought he was very interesting. I thought the 9, Diliello, am I saying that properly?
I believe Diliello, maybe?
Diliello. This is a horse that's got a lot of experience, but he has pedigree that suggests that the dirt might be okay. He's a half to a horse named Ocean's Reserve, I believe a 4-time winner on dirt.
You're right, though. That one really has framed up beautifully here as now favoritism moves to Kuliana, the 4. Let's go back downstairs to Maggie for more with Newland.
Yeah, I gave Newland as my selection here, maybe just wanting to drift away from the favorite, but boy, you're right. Number 1, Time to Roll, looks utterly fantastic on the track and is obviously moving incredibly well over the dirt surface. So I did go with Newland here, and I wish I had time and I meant to do this, but a horse that he was breezing with actually won here for George. Can't remember the horse's name, but anyway, I know that the works have predominantly come on the turf, so maybe that's a bad sign. But there is pedigree for this guy to handle the main track, and he doesn't have an overwhelming turf hoof to him, nor does he have that big floating stride that a horse like your current favorite, Kuliana, does. He looks fantastic, like I said, but he definitely moves like a turf horse. But Newland, so much more settled. I had written in my notes, definitely needs a race to really mentally mature. And boy, has he done a 180 since that debut up at Saratoga. And I think he was beaten by a really nice horse in Caroline Street Beat. He looks fantastic physically, and like I said with the pedigree, he is the dam is actually half to Normandy Invasion, who is a multiple graded stakes place runner going long on the dirt, and he being a son of Speightstown too. So I'm gonna side with this George Weaver trainee, but I do think that the 1 is going to be a formidable foe. Greg?
Yeah, Regalton, I believe, that Weaver horse that Maggie was trying to think of there at 9-2, who had won. Newland, interesting here. Another one moving to dirt with his surface switch for the first time in start number 2.
Yeah, and we do have a late scratch here now of number 6, Noble Warrior. So he will be out. And, people that don't know at home, we have veterinarians stationed around the racetrack, particularly at the starting gate. If a rider doesn't particularly like something, the way a horse is warming up, they're an automatic scratch. The safety of horses and rider are paramount here at NYRA, as well as protecting the betting public. Nobody wants a horse out there that you've wagered on that's not 100%.
So 6 come out, huge price. It was a first-time starter. You have another first start in the 7 up there, already a huge number. The 2 for David Duggan, very good barn. It's tough to win at a mile first time out on dirt, though, isn't it?
It really is. It's easier to get a horse fit enough to do that on turf than it is on dirt. They've got to work harder to get through the dirt. And this horse certainly, feels like he was more turf meant and will be better for having a race under his belt. And I'm sure that's one of the things that trainers take into consideration. It's not the proper surface, but I'll get a race into them, and that'll help propel them forward from a physical fitness standpoint.
Another first-timer who was meant for the main track only and now gets it with a surface switch, the 11. So the debut coming up, outside post with more. Let's go down to Maggie.
It's so funny with Talk to Me Jimmy, Greg, is that, on the pedigree standpoint, it looks like it's all kind of sprints. We've seen Modernist actually get off to a great start, only standing for $5,000, but he's hitting at 21% with his freshman crop here, and they've proven to be effective dirt sprinters. And on the bottom side, they were pretty mediocre horses, but they won in dirt sprints. But this guy looks like he wants to run all day. all day on the dirt. And I literally was writing, looks like he might be a little bit bigger and slower. And Rudy, who his trainer is standing right behind me as we watched him gallop off, said, I think he's a 2-mile horse, jokingly. But he was a bit green with the pony too. So as you said, Greg, it is tough to win going a mile in your first start, and he might very well need this race. He also very might well need a bit more ground to work with too.
See what we get from that first timer outside. Pick 4 pool you see there, bottom right-hand side of your screen. Manny Franco again will be on the first timer for Rudy Rodriguez. Talk to me, Jimmy. And you never know, with a race that was meant for many who wanted to be on the grass in the first place, even though it's difficult to win, going a mile first time out, might be able to do it.
Well, he's the lone entrant that was specifically entered to race on dirt as opposed to everybody else who was looking for turf.
Here we go. Just about loaded up. Start of the late pick 4 on this Friday card. Favorite for Horacio to pause from the rail. Time to roll the 1. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Diliello, Pepper J, Kuliana. Kuliana. Talk to me, Jimmy, to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. From the outside, there's Diliello in the early mix and in between horses, also moving on through Kuliana. And now at the rail, that's going to be Time to Roll. Time to Roll does just that, is in front. Time to Roll. Rail position is ahead advantage, and towards the outside, here comes Talk to Me Jimmy, is trying to make up some ground with in between them, Kuliana. That's the leading trio as they hook up with the backstretch, and Pepper J, Jose Gomez drafting right in behind them in 4th. Patiently ridden here at the rail. Center of the racetrack is Diliello, who's back to 5th. They're in 6th, will be reined in. It's just in front of an outside running Newland. Far, far back right now is the trailer. Zip for Rick, 23 seconds flat. That opening quarter mile, Time to Roll, just keeps moving right along. Less than a half mile to go and a 46-second flat half mile time. Time to Roll. In command, into the turn, and here comes Talk to Me Jimmy. Talk to Me Jimmy in full pursuit, and the front 2 start to get away from Kuliana, who can't keep up, is back to 3rd. Just got passed to the inside by Pepper J, and to the outside here is also rallying on. That's Newland. But Time to Roll. Kendrick Carmouche just took a peek back, and a confident one as he's going to hug the rail and try to kick away. Time to Roll has a 5-length advantage. From out of the pack, Newland starts to make up some ground, but Time to Roll is so far out in front with a furlong left to go. Newland is to the outside of Talk to Me Jimmy. They're slowly getting to this leader. Time to Roll has a 16th left to go. Still has about a 3.5-length cushion. Here's Newland to the outside. Time to Roll all the way. Newland 2nd, then came Talk to Me Jimmy, finishing 4th. That's Diliello. 1 minute 38.45 seconds.
Time to Roll ran to his looks here in his dirt debut under Kendrick Carmouche.
Looked great in the post-right frame. Nice. Keep an eye on him. We talked about that empty space that young horses will flow to like water. Keep an eye on your the winner. Time to Roll broke into that empty space, but Kendrick did a really good job. He kept riding him forward, didn't overcorrect. Sometimes when you got to grab a horse really hard, you slow them down. He was able to correct him without having to overdo it, and he got very comfortable on the lead. For a horse that was turf meant, certainly was good in his dirt debut, and have to say it, a Joseph Migliore bloodstock purchase.
Well done, Joe. For Adelphi Racing Club, and again trained by Horacio de Paz. Found a good one here, yeah. Moving to dirt, and looked very good over the surface.
This sire, not this time, it's just been
unreal.
Incredible. And gets horses that go all distances, all surfaces. They just run, and Time to Roll. Well, he said, hey, today, it's time to roll.
1-8-11-9, Kendrick Carmouche. Aggressive early pays off. Late, Newland coming on, but never really threatened at all. Ran out of room. Talk to me, Jimmy. Not bad first time out.
No, and it looked like he just was outpaced a little around the far turn, but he stayed on resolutely. Newland, even with all those turf works, rounded out your exact to here. 2 horses with 1 race on the turf. But again, we talk about from a physical fitness standpoint, certainly helps them to get the mile coming back to the dirt.
So time to roll 5-2 as your favorite here in this pick 4 as this carryover the pick 6 remains very formful here at the halfway point with the grade 2 Beldame to come, where we're going to see an odds-on favorite randomized back in action. Multiple grade 1 winner. We're going to take a timeout. Torpedo Anna still the queen of this division. Last year's Distaff winner, looking to go back-to-back. We'll be there to meet her on November 1st in Del Mar. We'll get a challenger coming up for the next race. Stay with us. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
America's Day at the Races continues with you here on FS2 as Time to Roll was just that today as he gets the win for Kendrick Carmouche aboard in his second start, switching to the dirt here as well as at Delphi Racing Club and Chief as well. But yeah, not the only Migliori here on the broadcast. Joe Migliori, bloodstock agent and racing manager for Delphi Racing Club, is to my left, and of course Horacio DePaz to my right. And Horacio, I'll start with you because this horse was a 2-year-old report horse, and you told me he'll probably need a start. Put him right where he needed to be. Were you confident in him handling the dirt today?
I thought he could because the family kind of goes both ways. And having that start at Saratoga, he had the bottom to be able to run the mile.
Absolutely. And Joe is such a good-looking horse, and obviously not this time. Very attractive when buying horses. Talk a little bit about the purchase.
Yeah, look, he was a standout for us at the New York bred sale. It's not often that we kind of get to reach for, you know, an elite sire like that. And I also kind of think it might have been the last real opportunity for us to, you know, to buy one of them. It was very tough to even go near any of them at Keeneland. But just thrilled to have this horse. He's shown a lot in the morning. Horacio's done a great job with him, and happy to get the win today.
Of course, for these guys too, at Delphi Racing, just such a great group to train for, and obviously for you to work for.
Yeah, I love working with the group. I mean, you know, I worked for partnerships in the past and kind of thought I'd never go back to that, but you know, getting to know Matt better and then getting to know the partners, and it was something I obviously wanted to be, you know, part of, and you know, thrilled to team up with Chief here and Chief Horse Futures on this horse. He's become a great, you know, friend of ours up at Saratoga down in the stretch boxes. So a lot of good feel behind this one, and excited for this colt going forward.
Absolutely, and you should be, Horacio, because winter is coming up next, and you like to have a New York bred that you know can handle the dirt.
Yeah, definitely. That's good to see.
He says so much. When the camera's off, he talks a lot more, I promise everyone. Well, a really job well done, time to roll. He was impressive in breaking his maiden today, guys.
Bright future potentially here with time to roll. You are becoming a sire of sires.
My children are living proof that the broodmare is way more important than the sire.
Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's time to roll the win. $7.24 for the win. Newland, talk to Jimmy, the first-time starter, winds up third. But no doubt about your winner in this spot. Time to roll did just that, getting on dirt.
Nice effort, too, from the inside, you know, after breaking in a touch. And Kendrick did a good job keeping him straight and focused.
As we said, carry over this pick six through the halfway point now. Very formful, but we'll see what happens here in the second half of the sequence. We're going to have a race coming up, grade 2 Beldame. We got a 1-9 favorite, so it could get even chalkier. But certainly the last race, really the last couple of races, that's where things seem like they really could open up. Even though she's 1-9, she's no lock. Randomized, been a little in and out, but as you talked about earlier in the program, when she's able to get comfortable and be loose on the front end, which she should be able to do here, she's very tough to beat.
Just doesn't appear to be enough speed or enough natural speed of her ilk to give her any problem on the front end. Now, kind of interesting, right? She dueled with Torpedo Anna, a 3-ply duel that day. Torpedo Anna wound up holding on to win by a nose, and she stopped. Well, there's a horse in here, Gunsong, that ran Torpedo Anna to a head last year in the cotillion, or neck, excuse me, but hasn't really found her form yet this year as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, that's Gunsong. She ran so good in that race. We were expecting such big things from her. Just hasn't panned out. Take a look at this Breeders' Cup Distaff division, and of course the head and shoulders leader, last year's winner, who has not dropped off form-wise really at all, Torpedo Anna. She will be the heavy favorite to win it again. She's just been sensational. 12 for 15 lifetime in her career, and even though its margin was very close, maybe not as close as it appears with the race that she had to fight through.
I thought Torpedo Anna showed more in this narrow victory than in some of her easier victories. She took all the heat, all the pressure by 2 horses that wound up last and second to last, essentially eased through the stretch. And she was the last lady standing in a barroom brawl. And then here comes Darth Vader with that perfect trip. And she dug down and found more to hold her off under Brian Hernandez. And we should say our thoughts and prayers with Brian Hernandez, was injured at Churchill Downs over the weekend. Sounds like he's doing better. But Torpedo Anna will have a new rider now as well.
Flavian Pratt, I believe. But yeah, we wish Brian all the best. Sounds like, yeah, he had a very good day the other day. Great to get all those updates via Twitter. He'd been remarkable on Torpedo Anna. Such a great team, but what a great talent Torpedo Anna has been. And, you know, it's never seemed to get her due from a lot of people in the sport. Kept thinking, oh, that's going to be the toughest field she's ever felt. Like Ken McPeak put it great. It was going to be the toughest test they ever had, facing her in the personal Ensign, and that's what it proved to be.
And I agree with him. You know, she had one subpar effort this year at Churchill Downs that was coming back with a quick turnaround. She also got really pounded into the first turn. And you never know how much it takes out of a horse when they get bumped. You know, you get hit just right, takes the air out of a horse. I can forgive that effort, and the fact that she just finds ways to win, that's what champions do. She's a true champion.
She's the one to beat again when we get to Del Mar, but of course, filly that gave her a run for money, Maggie, Darth Vader. What do you make of that performance that we saw in the personal ensign?
I was really highly impressed, and John Velasquez will forever be etched into my mind for his reaction after that race, in which he literally could not believe that he and Darth Vader got beat by Torpedo Anna as they were on the outside. But you know, with a division, this distaff division, and including the 3-year-old fillies, they have really truly taken turns beating each other. There's no standout. Yeah, I suppose that you could say Torpedo Anna still edges herself as the predominant leader of it, but Darth Vader needs to be thrown into the mix because she has not run a bad race at all this year. Yes, she's unlikely to get a sloppy track as she did going back to that Ogden Phipps out in California. But again, I think she's a horse that's shown she doesn't need a certain track to bring her best effort. And George Weaver has her going so well. I was actually talking with Steve Asmussen, who has had many a distaff contender in his day, and he asked me, who do I like for this division through the Breeders' Cup distaff? And he said to me, I think George Weaver's filly is the one that might be doing best heading in to Breeders' Cup weekend. And if she still looks the same as what she did, being narrowly beaten by Torpedo Anna last time out, then she's definitely a major contender, Greg.
Meanwhile, one of the big stories this summer at Saratoga was the surface switch. Mark Cassidy and his team saying, let's see if Nitrogen can be even better on dirt than she's been on grass. Probably the best 3-year-old turf filly in the game. Well, she proved she can be with that win in the Alabama.
I thought her Alabama was terrific. Horses like this are I'm always going to gravitate to them. She just shows up. She's honest. She brings her lunch pail, goes to work. 2 for 2 now on dirt. Runs on turf. How many horses are good at a top level on dual surfaces? You get horses that can win on both surfaces, but she's proven to be just as effective at a very high level. And out of the 3-year-old fillies, if anybody's going to upset the apple cart, to me, it's Nitrogen.
Everybody's still overlooking Torpedo Anna with all she's accomplished in her career.
No, I'm not. Trust me, she's without a doubt 1,000,000% the horse to beat, and most likely to me the horse that I would want to ride if I had my choice. But stepping away from her, I like Maggie's idea with Darth Vader. But for me, other than Torpedo Anna,
very exciting that
Nitrogen.
She's in the mix. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
We'll see if Randomize can punch her ticket, or maybe someone else can step up and run a big one here. But Randomize, she gets loose on the front end. She will be tough. She is the 1-9 favorite. Former Ogden Phipps Alabama winner for Chad Brown and Klarovich coming up.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. Saturday on America's Day at the Races, 5 graded stakes races, including the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic and the Vosburg, presented by Army Mule, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Join us Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As they come for the top of the stretch, Randomize is the leader. The lead's a length and a half. Riding Pretty and Amore looking to rally down towards the rail. Nostalgic is fourth. It is Randomize in front. Amore down on the inside. It's a break of 4 to Riding Pretty and Nostalgic. And Randomize has been in control right from the start, and she's going to post a front-running victory in the Grade 2 Beldame Stakes. Randomized, wire to wire.
She's about 1 to 5 in this race last year. Who would have thought she'd be even shorter price this time around? That's the case. She's talented. She's been very good in her career. $1.7 million, but maybe not quite as good as she used to be. Is that going to be a problem today, though, at all?
It just looks like a race where she gets so comfortable on the lead, and I think that's key to her. Listen, Gunsong has races that would make her competitive, but we haven't quite seen the Gunsong of last year yet. But Randomize was beaten 24 3/4 lengths, nearly 25 lengths by Torpedo Anna. People should respect Torpedo Anna more. You're 100% right.
1 to 9 on Randomize. Former Alabama winner, won this race last year. 1.7 mil in earnings. Let's go down to Maggie.
That's so true, Richie. And I'm glad you bring up Gunsong, because she could be the real key to this race and how they decide to ride her. A horse that is not devoid of speed and could find herself forwardly placed here. Obviously not quite as quick as Randomize, but how much is she going to push Randomize to go here? Much the horse to beat. I have no doubt about it. Have I ever been her biggest fan? No. I haven't, as she is a somewhat small, unassuming filly. That's just kind of what, now that I've seen some of the mare's other progeny from French Passport, they all kind of seem to be, I think she has a 2-year-old filly, Glamorize, that Chad trains, and very much of the same ilk. Smaller, shorter coupled, but obviously they like the distance. She looks good here for her. Honestly, sometimes she doesn't look great in her coat. That's not the case today. Really strong behind the saddle too. So all things good for your favorite. Although for the life of me, I have tried throughout her 14 race to career to beat her. And a filly that I do really, really like a lot is number 2, Margie's Intention. Obviously, she's up against it here, being a 3-year-old and stepping out of that age-restricted company for the first time, but she doesn't look like a 3-year-old, at least physically. She is big, she is strong, she is somewhat up against it dynamically, I get it. And obviously that bolsters Nitrogen's form too, as she was beaten soundly by her that day in the Alabama. But she was also coming off a little bit of a break after finishing second to Fondley, who wired the field back in the Delaware Oaks. And I just think, honestly, on this occasion, she does look a bit more tucked up than what she did on Alabama Day. So we'll see. A filly that I am going to watch very closely throughout her career, because I do think there is a good bit of talent here, Louisiana bred, but obviously it is all randomized race today, Greg.
Crazier things have happened. And this one right here, the 3, very interesting for there's trainer Mark Hennig. John Velasquez aboard. She ran that one race against Torpedo Anna late last year, before Torpedo Anna would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. That was sensational and is near as fast as the best Randomized has ever done. She's just never come back to it.
She's never come back to it. She followed that up with a good effort in the Mother Goose, not as fast from a figure standpoint. Just this year as a foil, we haven't seen it.
Here is Just Music, off since July 20th for Linda Rice.
Yeah, just would have to improve vastly to compete for the win, but she's going to pick up a nice check here.
Margie's Intention, Brad Cox barn with Manny Franco.
Decent effort in the Alabama against Nitrogen, a good race at Delaware Oaks. Feels like she's going to have to improve a touch as well.
So here's the former runner-up by just a neck to Torpedo Anna on last year's Cotillion.
Has races good enough to put her in the winner's circle. We just haven't seen them in a while.
And the 1-9 favorite, multiple Grade 1 winner, Randomized.
Well, here's a filly that's 1-9 coming off of a nearly 25 leg drubbing by Torpedo Anna. I think that kind of tells you, what she was facing in the Grizzly and Torpedo Anna. She looks like she's lone speed, and she's going to be very loose on the lead.
7 minutes to post. Another look at Gunsong. Can she get back to that brilliant late fall effort, or end of summer effort, I should say, in the Cotillion at Parks last year? Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, other than Darth Vader, it was Gunsong who gave Torpedo Anna a run for her money. And please be joined here by Mark Hennig. And Mark, we were just discussing how Gunsong continues to grow and fill out.
Yeah, she really does well at Saratoga. I mean, she must like you said, the water up there or something. But she just continues to grow. And Johnny said every time he gets on her, she feels bigger to him. He said that when he breezed her last week. So she's doing well. We're small field. A lot of weird things can happen in these kind of races.
Well, speaking of weird things, often the game plan doesn't come to fruition in these small fields. But what is it? What are you and Johnny thinking as far as this race playing out? Obviously, your filly does have some natural speed.
She definitely does, and it depends on the break. I mean, we were looking at Rose and I this morning. We're looking at how her chart, like when she bumps the gate, gets bumped leaving there, those are her races where she hasn't hit the board. Every other time she's 1-2. So we're hoping for a clean break, maybe in a smaller field. I think, obviously Flavian's probably going to try to send. If we break well, hopefully he has to use his filly a little more to get over and get in front of us. But we'll be happy stalking if that's what happens. And if he decides to stalk us, that's great too.
Well, wishing you the best of luck, and here's to a clean break, too.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Hennig, always generous with his time. And Gunsong, really, truly, guys, looking fantastic. She almost looks more like a colt now. Has a big, crusty neck on her, too. Greg?
Former Black-Eyed Susan winner. Thank you, Maggie. That was probably the biggest moment of her career, although I would say the biggest moment of her career is in defeat, probably, against Torpedo Anna and that Cotillion. Here is that performance from last September 21st of 2024.
She gave Torpedo Anna all she could handle in this Cotillion. Now, Torpedo Anna's coming off a huge effort against Fierceness in the Travers, excuse me. So maybe she had a right to regress a little, but you got to give.
Still, the figure she ran was off the charts.
Gunsong fought her and went all the way tooth and nail to the wire with her. This was a big effort. And Gunsong was even trying to come back a little at the end. I thought that, if anything, she would be second choice. To me, if there's going to be an upset, you're looking at the most likely upsetter in Gunsong.
Margie's Intention, though, she had a couple of very good efforts, and you can forgive the 1.25 miles, can't you? Not many want to do that distance.
Well, and I'm the one saying that if anybody's going to upset the apple cart, that's Torpedo Anna at the Breeders' Cup. It's Nitrogen, and Nitrogen won that race, so she's coming out of some good races. She's also a Black-Eyed Susan winner, right? You got Margie's Intention and Gunsong, Black-Eyed Susan winners lining up against each other.
Yeah, she won it this year, Margie's Intention, the two. It was Pratt aboard that day. Manny Franco rides today, but they all got to try and run this one down. Randomized to not, she kind of surprised everybody a little bit in that Alabama back in 2023. Then she won the Beldame, and then I thought the biggest surprise was how great she ran in that year's Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I mean, she ran an incredible race there. Just came up second best that day to that big mare Idiomatic.
This race too back at Monmouth showing she still got it in her to run a huge race.
Yeah, and when she got loose on the lead on a track that's usually kind to speed at Monmouth Park, I think she gets loose again here today. I just think she gets that comfortable. Now we're seeing the price come down on Gunsong, now 9-2. She was 9-1 just a little while ago.
And outside post, look, very compact field. And Pratt is on the one. They all got a catch in here, so it's not an issue if there's going to be a target on your back, because they're all going to be looking at her, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to have to catch her to one thing when you're a jockey and you're riding an overwhelming favorite, particularly if it's a closer, you've got to ride or drive, if you will, a bit defensively, because everybody's going to try to compromise your trip. You got a front runner like this and in a field that doesn't look like it has a lot of natural speed signed on. How do you mess with her? You got to chase her.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look here at Gunsong as she has gotten a pretty big warm-up. She just linked back up with the pony here for John Velasquez, who I think is conscious, and obviously he and Mark Hennig talking about what Mark said in that interview, making sure she gets out of the gate because it feels as though that when she breaks cleanly, she does put herself in contention and therefore kind of gets comfortable, gets her rhythm. And a lot of times when horses hit the gate, it'll kind of knock their breathing off or knock them off stride just a little bit, just enough to make them feel a little uncomfortable. Like I said, I've never seen her look this good, and I think she is a major player in this field. I have a thing for Margie's Intention. I'm picking her, and on the flip side of that, I never pick randomized. So we'll probably see randomized right where I'm standing in a few minutes, Greg.
Very interesting to see if she can get back to some of her better performances, most notably that cotillion performance. As you see in the background there, the one just music. Dylan Davis, Linda Rice, the biggest price on the board in this compact field.
Yeah, and rightfully so. But one thing about Linda, she's so good at spotting horses. You know you're going to come up with a smaller field. Now, with the scratch, it's down to 4. So you're getting a check, right? At least fourth money check. And if you happen to run second or third, your stakes placed. You're graded stakes place, so it enhances your horse's value, and you have an opportunity to pick up a check. I think it's just very smart placement, even though she's the longest shot in the race, to get a piece of the pie.
Now, how do you ride the race if you're Dylan Davis, knowing that that's the intention?
I'm going to ride my whole race in a 4-horse field on a horse like this to be third, and hope that other people maybe decide to go after randomized early so they get a little rubber leg late. And if I can come along and pick up some pieces, and sometimes that's the way you get the big check. If you ride too hard to put the horse in position, you use them, they don't have anything left. But if you ride them just to get a check and other guys make mistakes, then you're in a position to exploit those mistakes.
2-5 favorite, this multiple Grade 1 winner who 2 years ago was right there every step of the way with Idiomatic, who would win that Breeders' Cup Distaff. She was sensational, having won the Alabama, having won the Beldame coming in, and then followed up in her next season last year with an Ogden Phipps Victory Grade 1 win. Not quite to the same level this year, but the talent, as we showed you in that Molly Pitcher at Monmouth, it's still there.
Yeah, she's still very capable, but, she had an abbreviated campaign last year, only 3 starts. So even though she's come back and run well, you could make the case that maybe she hasn't come back quite to that level, but her race at Monmouth was very good, and today she's supposed to get everything her own way.
So 2-5 favorite, the one who should be leading this field every step of the way. It'll be the last in line from the outside post. Grade 2 Beldame. Former runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Distaff, multiple Grade 1 winner randomized, the one to beat. As we send it upstairs, Chris Griffin with the call.
Set to load. Margie's Intention, Gunsong, and the short price favorite, Randomized. Flavien Prat is aboard. All set for the Beldame. And they're off. Just Music breaks smoothly, and Gunsong, and here's Randomized. Now drifting out a touch as they move towards that turn, is in the clear, and it'll be Randomized. And Flavien Prat takes him into the turn. Nice and easy, is up by a full length. Gunsong is content to sit right at the rail, is now a close-up second, and here comes Margie's Intention. Margie's Intention was off a step slow, was hustled along, and now is right up with the leader. It's Randomized, and Margie's Intention to the backstretch. Gunsong will watch the action from third. John Velasquez, happy with where he is right now, and Just Music, trying to keep up, is the trailer. 4 off the lead. And the lead is Randomized, 23.78 for that opening quarter mile. Randomized, and Margie's Intention, not letting her go anywhere. It's Margie's Intention is still within a neck of the leader through a 47-1 half-mile time. It's a nice journey for Gunsong, is right in behind the top duo. Just watching them go after one another as they're approaching a half-mile left to go in the Beldame. Just Music still trails. Randomize starts the sprint for home. Margie's Intention is all in. Manny Franco is asking her for more. Margie's Intention trying to cut into the margin of Randomize, who still finds plenty. Gunsong is traveling nicely right in behind Randomize as Margie's Intention having trouble keeping up. It's going to be Randomized at the top of the stretch, and a new danger from Gunsong towards the outside. Gunsong has had a nice journey. John Velasquez is ranging up to the favorite, and now Gunsong has put a nose in front. Randomized is trying to dig deep inside the final furlong in the Beldame. Gunsong is starting to stride away. Randomized is back to second. Margie's Intention is back for more. Gunsong is almost there. Gunsong wins the Beldame. Randomized did finish second. Margie's Intention and Just Music at 1 minute 49.45 seconds.
Gunsong rolls right on by the odds-on favorite. And she's the Grade 2 Beldame winner here. John Velasquez sitting a nice trip.
Beautiful trip. I commented to you during the running of the race, Greg, that she was loaded. She was just galloping in behind and broke very cleanly. Johnny was able to stay out of her mouth, put his hands down, and she got into a beautiful rhythm right in behind Randomized, who offered basically no resistance when Gunsong went by her, inside, coming to the 8th pole, I should say. And I think Gunsong might have got a little bit lonely on the lead, almost like waiting on competition. And then Margie's Intention kind of threw her head back in the ring late and rallied and nearly got up for second. Randomized, no excuses, had everything her own way, and a perfect trip and a perfect ride. Gunsong gets it done.
Big win for this former Black-Eyed Susan winner. Mark Hennig, Leah Lewis, and John Velasquez aboard for the victory. He's been a regular pilot just about every single start of her career. Beats a 2-5 favorite, and again, just no response in the stretch when Gunsong rolled by from your big favorite Randomized.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Johnny was loaded. He was just kind of in a galloping posture. And one thing I'm really impressed, and I've said this a lot, Johnny Velasquez's legs. He's not the youngest guy in the room anymore. He's the elder statesman. You wouldn't know it by looking at him physically. First thing that usually starts to deteriorate on riders is their legs. Not with John Velasquez. He looks like he's riding even shorter, meaning the length of his stirrups, than he's ever ridden. Look where his knees are in conjunction with the horse's withers. He's above the horse's withers. That's usually for younger guys when your legs aren't going to fail you, when your foundation is the strongest. Not with Johnny Velasquez. He's a marvel.
3-5-2-1. Gunsong 9-2. Upset here of a 2-5 favorite. Not to be for Randomized. And a filly who had had, obviously, a couple of huge efforts, most notably that cotillion last year against Torpedo Anna. Will she move on to get another crack at her in the distaff? We'll be back.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's All Hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back at our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races. Brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Feature race, Grade 2 Beldame in this Distaff division. And it goes to Gun Song, former Black Eyed Susan winner. Rolls right on by Randomized. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig Tipped in November sale. World's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. And Gun Song, this is certainly one of the best performances of her career.
Yeah, terrific performance, and I thought if she could find one of her A efforts, and she certainly did. Randomized was game and defeat. Margie's Intention, she never quit one step of the way, but Gun Song gets it done under the ageless, the timeless John Velasquez.
Let's go down to Maggie.
And so pleased to be joined by Mark and Johnny here. And Johnny, in the winner view that Mark gave me before the race, he said, it's really essential to get her out of the gate and get her out cleanly. You executed that plan very well today.
She was the first one coming out of the gate today. She opened the door very quickly. I know the other horse on the outside and was going to go to the lead, and I just let her take me to the first turn. She got a little more aggressive than I wanted to, but I got to kind of get it close to the horse in front. But from then on, she relaxed really, really nicely, and she did everything very, very good today.
You have been her pilot throughout her career for mostly every start. How rewarding is it to get this win with her? Because I feel like she's been a little unlucky at times.
She's been very unlucky in those races that she's run a really good race.
Exactly.
And we seem to be unlucky with her. And today, she, everything worked out good, and she put a really good effort down the lane. I think that's all it is. Sometimes you got to get lucky, and she did today.
So true, Johnny. Well done. Mark, that is the truth. And we were talking, as you said, some weird things can happen. But, I mean, you couldn't have drawn it up any better than the way that this race played out, I thought.
Definitely, especially when the two, when Margie's Intention decided to go up there and challenge a little bit, that kind of just put us right in the garden spot. And then I was just hoping that we had a seam to get back to the outside there, turning for home, and that kind of happened perfectly too. Just one of those times where everything went well.
And you had her expertly prepared. Well done. This is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Distaff, are we entertaining that idea? Sorry, the Dirt Dozen.
Well, we're certainly going to talk about it. I mean, I said we're going to run her one time in September and see if she can earn her way somewhere, and maybe she did.
Absolutely. Well, well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right. Gun Song. As the guy said, just a little bit of luck and a well-executed plan comes to fruition and gets Gun Song back in the winner's circle, Greg.
Good for her. Good for this team. And John Velasquez as well. But it's a big win.
It's a big win for a filly that I'm sure was somewhat frustrating at times this year, knowing that just couldn't quite get her back to those better races from last year. Well, today was a big step in that direction. Looked like a winner pretty much every step of the way. And John Velasquez and Mark Hennig have been so important. Everybody knows Todd Pletcher and Johnny Velasquez, but Mark Hennig and Johnny got a long, deep history as well. A big hand in each other's success.
Plague connections. You have this win. Obviously going in the right direction, right time of year. Do you want to move on to Del Mar?
Oh, I think so. Particularly, listen, she's already given Torpedo all she can handle in last year's Cotillion. Nobody else is going to really scare you away. And the late, great Alan Jerkins would say, I'm never going to try to avoid one horse. It's a matter of if any of the 3-year-olds can step up and improve, like Nitrogen, but they're going to have to handle these older horses, particularly if Gun Song shows up with that effort.
Yeah, it looks like she's certainly improved late in her 4-year-old campaign. With that performance, now we have not just an upset, a huge upset. 9-2 is going to play a lot bigger than normally would, beating a 2-5 favorite in here. So first real upset on this card, on this Pick 6 carryover at least, with probably the two most difficult races remaining in the sequence.
Yeah, but like you said, you beat an overwhelming favorite like Randomized. A lot of people, I'm sure, were leaning on her as their free bingo square, if you will.
Never easy in this game. 8th race, and this one stays on the grass. 6 furlongs in the outer turf, $35,000 claiming tag, so all for sale for that number. They've not won 2 lifetime, the condition. And West Loop, Mike Maker, troubled trip last start, 2-1 favorite right now.
Yeah, I thought this race was next to impossible to handicap. She's obviously making her first start in the Mike Maker barn, which we've seen Mike pull rabbits out of his hat, changes distances, changes surface. This one stays turf sprinting, but they seem to improve for Mike.
More on this when we come back. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Race 8, race 9 to close out this Pick 6 carryover. 2 most wide open races probably on this entire card still to come. We're going to take a timeout. Of course, Saturday, sensational day of action, including final stop on the road here in New York to the Breeders' Cup Turf, and a horse who's won it twice already. Back for more. Charlie Appleby's Rebels Romance, and stablemate, Grade 1 winner of the Sword Dancer, El Cordobez, coming off back-to-back wins.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Kitten's Joy set down for the drive, and here he comes now. Oh, and he's got plenty of run. Kitten's Joy taking the lead with an impressive turn of foot. Oh, my. Kitten's Joy just blowing Magistretti away in Tycoon. Oh, this is a very good 3-year-old.
Yes, it was a very good 3-year-old. Kitten's Joy beating, as you heard, Magistretti, who was coming off a Grade 1 win in the Man of War.
Man, and he sprinted for home. I mean, for a horse to finish going 1.5 miles, drop his head, and reach for ground the way he did, really, really impressive. This was one of the horses that I think really got people paying more and more attention to. Dale Romans, a guy who always won. But Kitten's Joy and Roses in May were 2 horses I think really showed people what Dale Romans was all about.
One of 5 wins for Johnny V in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Unfortunately for Kitten's Joy, Blackie would get the better of him in that Breeders' Cup Turf. Graham Motion's better talk now. Yep. Ran second to him. Pretty good one as well. Our ABR race of the week, loaded with talent. This year's edition of this Joe Hurst Turf Classic, Grade 1, 1.5 miles. Prep for the Breeders' Cup Turf. $500,000 purse and the 2-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf. Rebels Romance, the 7-year-old, still going strong.
The globe-trotting 19-time winner, over $14 million in earnings, Rebels Romance. You know, American racing is no problem. He's fit in quite nicely when he's shown up in the States and have to handle tighter turf courses like at Del Mar. He is the globe-trotting Rebels Romance. I think it's kind of cool to see Frankie Dettori, who at one time was the go-to guy for Godolphin, picking up this mount here. Obviously, William Buick probably had other commitments, couldn't make it here. But Rebels Romance, man, what a gem of consistency.
And at 7 years old, coming off a Group 1 win in the Von Berlin in Germany, he's still squarely the horse to beat in this race.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can never overlook a horse like this who just shows up with that A effort. You look at his time form ratings in Europe, he's still running up there in the 119, 120 area. he's just a really good horse. And now you get Frankie Dettori on him and Johnny Velasquez and on Cordobus. So over 100 years of experience between the two of them, right?
That's quite a bit. His stablemate, obviously sort of coming into his own right now. Cordobez, back-to-back Group or Grade 1 wins. Now, Group 2 win of the Princess of Wales' Stakes. That was over at Newmarket. Then comes to the States, Sword Dancer, and yes, got a good trip, but gets a Grade 1 win over Rebel Red and Nation's Pride.
We got a good trip and a great ride from Flavien Prat. Now, this time you get Johnny Velasquez. But he also created his trip because he traveled in the bridle. Here's a horse that's 3 for 5 with the second and a third at the 1.5 mile distance. So he is a horse with stamina. And you saw the way he traveled, split horses, and kicked for home. Yes, he got a good trip, but he helped create that trip.
Rebel Red, though, was a little bit wider. Is he interesting because of that effort?
Listen, Rebel Red's honest. He shows up. He gives the effort. El Cordobus was decidedly best last time, despite the difference in ground.
So that was Pratt, and I know it earned one of your rides of the week at the Saratoga meet, but as you said, yeah, Johnny V will be aboard on Saturday. Meanwhile, Farbridge, Joel Rosario has been such a great match with him, knows exactly how what he needs to do with him, get him to the inside, get him comfortable where he wants to run on the inside. But now again, he's drawn outside and coming off obviously a disappointing performance in the Sword Dancer where he didn't get to have the kind of trip he wanted.
No, and listen, riders are smart. They start to see how a horse runs, and they were going to try to deny him his favored position, right, the inside. So Joel was cast into a situation where he was between a rock and a hard place. Do I stay out here 4 or 5 wide on a rail runner, or do I use him a little bit to drop over, which he was able to get over. He just had to use him a little bit too much. I don't criticize Joel for that. He's trying to ride a horse to the best of that horse's ability and the way he wants to run.
3-time Grade 1 winner. Won the Bowling Green as well this summer at 1 3/8 on a yielding turf course. And, won this race last year, but this is a much tougher group he's going to have to try and beat this time around.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair statement when you say our best turf horses are not as good as the better turf horses from Europe. I think, El Cordobus was probably considered more of a second string type runner coming over there, and he was able to handle everybody in the Sword Dancer. And now you get Rebels Romance, who needs no introduction. This is considerably deeper.
Look forward to it. That is race 5, 2:37 Eastern start time on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Let's get back to the 8th here in this Pick 6 carryover. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass coming up. And there in the background, West Loop, 5-2 current favorite. Mike Maker claims this one off of Tom Proctor. Flavien Prat will get the call, and a horse who had a tough trip last start at Saratoga.
Yeah, tough trip. Had no room when, wanted to run, was trying to rally into traffic. Now gets another 110 yards to work with. And the 6 furlong turf races, even though they're only 110 yards further, a 16th of a mile, are not run at the same frenetic pace they'll run a 5.5 furlong race at Saratoga, which will lend itself to a field bunching up, Greg.
So that one currently favored, but there's a lot of intriguing storylines in this tough 6 furlong sprint coming up. Back with us, Acacia Clement. Hopefully you got a little rest in and now back to work.
Yeah, I got something to eat quickly, which was much needed for sure, Greg. As taking a look at your current favorite and another horse that comes out of that race, is that it is a common race that several did compete in last time out on August 24th. West Loop will now make her first start for Mike Maker, picking up off the claim Flavien Prat's name to ride. You've got Flying P dipping in for this one. A lot of things that will certainly turn your head. Now, that being said, she did break awkwardly at the beginning last time out. She kind of broke in, was bumped really hard around on either side, and then she did steady at the 8th pole, as you see in that short comment as well. So not the easiest trip for her, but it seemed like she was trying to kind of rally down inside late. I know that she was blocked. I don't know how much run she really had at that point of the race in any event. That being said, we did see Tom Proctor, who she was claimed off of, have kind of a quiet meet since taking back over a lot of the training. And so I do think Mike Maker reaching back in for this one is intriguing. She's certainly fine. She looks very good here in the paddock. There's a lot of good size to her. She's very fit. She was saddled accompanied by the pony, but has not done anything over the top or been on edge. I just do wonder if maybe she's just a touch dressed up off the back of that trouble. We'll see if she can get a cleaner trip today and be good enough against this group. Out of that same race is the number 10 Parade Ring, who certainly did have a better, smoother late rallying trip in that race, where she was off the pace and rallied strongly, just missing behind Hugh, who was a logical one in that spot. It took her some time to break her maiden. It seems that turf sprinting is definitely what she does prefer to do, but Tony Dutrow has really been on a roll this year in particular, and especially over the last, incredibly fit coming in here. That I think we are going to see not have to be quite as far back as she was last time out. She did come from off of it. She has shown in the past that she can be a touch more tactical when needed, as well as she's a horse that, like I said, I feel like has a little bit more versatility to her. She is actually having a shoe repair here in the paddock right now. She's handling things very, very well, but given if a horse will loosen a shoe, pull a shoe a little bit on the walkover, or when saddling, or even sometimes can happen when stomping flies, it looks like it's to the right front. There is always an attending blacksmith here in the paddock to make sure that everything is on properly before heading out. So shoe repair on the 10 Parade Ring, but like I said, she's acting well and looks like they are wrapped up with it now anyway. Wanted to mention the number 5, Kyla's Cause, kind of a new face in here. She did just break her maiden. For Tom Morley, I thought she ran very well last time. I know that her figures back in 2024 are a bit slow versus what she's going to be facing in here, but I think with natural progression from 2 to 3, she is a horse that took a step forward last time and could continue to step forward. I thought her races previously were good. I liked the way she finished up pulling away last time out, and she does stack up physically against this field, coming back in what I think is a logical spot. A bit more on the muscle once they got the tack on, and we'll see if she can keep the momentum going, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post-parade momentarily. 7-2, Kyla's Cause, Tom Morley barn. John Velasquez coming off that drop down in class to state bred 50 maiden claiming, and finally able to get that first win.
She's lightly raced. That was a step forward. And I like that they dropped down to the $35,000 level off a win for maiden 50. Good rule of thumb is horses that break their maiden for a maiden claiming tag are generally worth about half of what they break their maiden for.
Riders up. There's Katie Davis hopping aboard Amazing Athena for David Duggan. Speed of Sound, Chad Summers. West Loop, still the favorite. You got Phoebe in Wonderland, the 6, coming off a couple of races against Better Company. I thought was intriguing for Wesley Ward, who already has a win on today's card. It's a good race. Several ways to go in here, but the 8's taking all the money right now.
Yeah, I think everybody saw that trip she had last time, and now she's making her first start for Mike Maker, who has, you know, historically done well with horses he claims.
There is Inflammable, Frankie Dettori for Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, filly that can show speed at times has lost her speed in her last 2 starts from the rail. She needs to be a little more forward.
Amazing Athena, quick early last start, now takes the blinkers off.
Yeah, after stumbling at the break, maybe they didn't want her to show that much speed, get her to relax with the blinkers off.
Long-legged Queen, Eric Cancel rides.
Yeah, more of a deep closer, but drops down in class.
There's the Tom Morley maiden winner last start.
But she made a really nice impression from what I could see on TV in the paddock.
Phoebe in Wonderland, Wesley Ward.
Yeah, filly that's kind of lost some of that speed, but now drops in class as well.
Speed of Sound, Chad Summers barn, just claimed.
Could be the speed of the speed. Got to give Chad Summers a lot of credit running that filly that was second in the cotillion in the Catherine Sophia.
There's West Loop, the favorite Mike Maker claims.
Yeah, comes off a tough trip where she may have been best last time and makes her first start for Mike Maker.
My anticipation, Miguel Clement, and this one drops in class.
Drop in class could be what the doctor ordered here. Certainly the easiest competition she's faced.
Manny Franco, Anthony Dutrow Parade Ring.
This is who I like. I'm a big Anthony Dutrow fan, and I just think that she could take a step forward.
And also eligible Leslie Starr gets into the race, Linda Rice barn.
Yeah, and comes off a nice effort last time, but didn't have as bad a trip as Parade Ring, and that was dry powder I was trying to come up with. Thank you to you and Evan.
Play all the action right there at NYRA Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code MATCH200 at sign-up. Play through Breeders' Cup and beyond. As we get set for the late double here with this 8th on the card. And the 2-1 favorite right here, West Loop under Flavien Prat.
And getting a nice warm-up, leave the pony. How about this, Greg? I never rode in a turf sprint at Aqueduct. They never had them until after I retired. If they ran turf sprints, they ran them at Belmont, Saratoga, not here.
Just how'd you do on the winterized track? I bet you had quite a few wins.
Yeah, the inner track, come on. that was my turf.
You owned it. 4 minutes to post in this 8th coming up. And this one right here, that price getting even shorter, 9 to 5, and it's because of this trip back on August 24th at Saratoga.
Yeah, you can see she's looking for room. And it's important to distinguish the difference between a bad ride and an unlucky ride. You're going to win more turf races. Well, that was a quick.
Guess we won't see it. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, you got to save ground in turf races. That's how you win. You could see Jose Lezcano aboard here today. He dove to the inside. At the same time, another horse dove to the inside and took his space. And basically, he just ran out of room. And that's not a bad ride. It's just an unlucky ride. You get through that spot and hit that gap before the one horse beats you to it.
That yellow cap on the rail on the hedge.
Yeah, you're the hero. Just unlucky. That was an unlucky trip.
But as you saw there, was full of run in the stretch.
Yeah. Yeah, and listen, that's a jockey's lot in life. You get through that, and you're the hero. You don't get through there, and you're to blame. You know, jockeys are the most visible part of the team. They get too much credit when horses win, and they get too much criticism when horses lose. There's a lot that goes in behind it.
You're going to settle here. Parade Ring, what'd you like?
Honestly, what swayed me in that direction is Anthony Dutrow. I'm a big fan. I know what kind of horseman he is. His horses are running well. He's having a terrific year. And I thought this filly ran extremely well last time, and now gets another 110 yards to work with an outside post. She just can work out maybe the right kind of trip.
So 8 to 1, that is a big price on one who ran very good at this level last start, but there's several who are dropping in class in here. Let's go back down to Acacia for more.
Yeah, and such a big price disparity between Parade Ring and the number 8 West Loop. I know West Loop had trouble, but I thought Parade Ring ran well in there, and you're getting very generous odds on her right now. But as you mentioned, some horses dropping in class. One of them is the number 6 Phoebe in Wonderland, as Wesley Ward looks for the second win of the day for him. And this is a filly who won first time out sprinting on the dirt as a heavy favorite. And then she had to face the very talented With the Angels. And then they switched to turf, and she hasn't really kind of taken that big step forward yet, and is kind of one of those rare Wesley Ward runners that tends to come from very far off of it. She was last time out. Just not enough when closing. I thought she ran a bit better 2 back. She's a handful prior to her races up in Saratoga. They really had a tough time getting the tack on her. She was acting up quite a bit. She had to be saddled with the pony while she was far better behaved in the paddock here today. Joel Rosario just kind of dropped back, kept her away from the rest of the field, keeping her very quiet out on the track. So you will often see horses be more settled at Aqueduct. I am just wondering if the class drop will help her to take a step forward, as I think maybe mentally there are some things that might be holding her back. The number 4 Long-Legged Queen, I have to slightly disagree with what Richie said. I don't think she likes to be a late closing type. I think that she did not get her trip last time out that she prefers, where she has a little bit of the tendency to drift on the turns. It's just always kind of how she's been. But she's a horse that was off slowly last time and just never really looked comfortable. She got keen as a result. She was trying to rally. And when you take horses out of their preferred running style, I think it really upsets their rhythm as well. I don't think that she's going to be on the front end in here, given some of the presence of other speed horses, particularly Speed of Sound, but I'm hoping she's going to be more forward and allowed to get into her stride, not fighting her rider. That's going to be the challenge for Eric Cancel in here, because like I said, she does have the tendency to drift. She's dropping, and she's a generous price. I think if she gets a better trip today, she is an interesting player in this field, Greg.
And not really representative of her ability last time out. She's that is a big number. At 12 to 1 in here, but there's a lot of ways to go in this race.
There really are, and I understand what Acacia's saying, but I don't like to be completely candid and honest, Eric can't sell on these kind of horses. He's not a rider that gets out of horses' ways and allows them to do what they do best. He overcompensates at times, and especially if she has that tendency to get out, he doesn't try to get along with them as much as he picks a fight with them. And I just don't like him with horses that you have to come up with game plans to keep them straight and running in the way that they're most effective.
Meanwhile, very generous price, too, on the 6. It's Wesley Ward. We know how dangerous that barn is. And, yeah, this one, dirt debut, actually showed some hints of ability to lay close. But on the turf, this horse is not quick. But off the bench, I thought ran very good against a better field in that comeback effort. And the last start was sneaky good as well with a very wide trip.
Well, yeah, I think you make a great point. She has faced, better, and no doubt. And she's still fairly lightly raced.
I mean, Anna Skull would be what in here? 2 to 5?
Yeah,
She would be in here.
Overwhelming favorite. Now Joel Rosario, what does he do with her? She's shown no speed at all on turf, where she used to have a little bit of speed on dirt.
Favoritism has not moved. It's been West Loop, the 8 throughout with that troubled trip. Will Pratt get a little luckier today on this 4-year-old filly with the shift to the new barn for Mike Maker? We're set. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffith, the call, race 8.
Phoebe in Wonderland. Phoebe in Wonderland goes in. Leslie Starr to the outside. Ended. All set. Movement there from West Loop. Riders off. Now back aboard. Now rider is off there, West Loop. Appear to be getting the 8 situated there. It's Flavien Prat. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside. Amazing Athena's in the early mix, and at the rail, Inflammable. Inflammable is now a neck in front with Amazing Athena right to her outside in second. Joining them is going to be Speed of Sound, who's now close up third. Also moving forward, that's My Anticipation. It's taken fourth. It's a moderate tempo up top. There at the rail comes Kyla's Cause, who's back there in fifth. In sixth will be Leslie Starr. Then in seventh, it's going to be Long-Legged Queen, and Kyla's Cause just had to steady as they went into the turn. Also moving forward, that's Phoebe in Wonderland, Parade Ring, and the trailer, West Loop. 22.29 for the opening quarter mile. Inflammable is still in front. Amazing Athena to her outside is ready to challenge. Speed of Sound looking for a way through is right in behind this leader who's in hand, and now Frankie says let's go with Inflammable as the rail and still is in front. Amazing Athena still continues to chase, and a host of pursuers in behind. Amazing Athena, a wall of horses are trying to close. Phoebe in Wonderland is going to be at the first shot. West Loop out of nowhere. Amazing Athena needs the line. Amazing Athena got it. Going to be a photo there, Phoebe in Wonderland, West Loop from way out of it. Then another photo that was Parade Ring with Long-Legged Queen in 1 minute 9.61 seconds.
Amazing Athena. Nice job, Katie Davis. Sat off the early leader in here, and then enough to finish in the stretch, 31-1.
Well, Dave Duggan did a great job. Took the blinkers off of this Irish bred Amazing Athena. She sat just off of Inflammable and had enough left to hold off. It just seemed like a cavalry charge of horses coming inside the 8th pole, and she just kept finding here. Great job by Dave Duggan.
Sitting at second right here and about to roll on by Inflammable. Late run from both the 6 and 8, but not enough. Amazing Athena. Blinkers coming off here at a troubled beginning last time out at this level. And the equipment change was able to settle and relax.
Settled, relaxed. Your favorite, who was acting up in the starting gate, West Loop, was way, way back. Came with a big run, but Amazing Athena sat the right trip.
Keep your eyes on the 8 here, West Loop, with that trouble trip last time out. This was the one who was trying to get settled in the gate, and the reason for that slight delay before the gates opened. Head kind of turned, broke inward a little bit.
Got away cleaner than I thought she would, especially as obstreperous as she was being in the starting gate. Kept turning her head, didn't want to stand up properly.
3, 6, 8, 10, 31-1 on Amazing Athena here. Katie Davis with the win for the David Duggan barn, who was again having one of the best years of his career. 2022, 23, 24, now this year.
He's such a good horse trainer and such a good person. He and his wife Lara do tremendous work, make the most of the horses that they're entrusted in their care. And Katie Davis put her in the right spot, and I see Katie Davis get her first win of the Belmont at the Big A stand.
Huge number here after we had that formful first half of the pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, you said it was considerably tougher going forward, right?
And we still got another tough one to come. 31-1 though, huge price here. Biggest price on the board. Here in the 8th. It's Amazing Athena, the win. David Duggan barn with Katie Davis.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races here, brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. On the eve of a huge Saturday with many Breeders' Cup prep races to come, including that Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Turf Sprint here, one of the few races that remained on the grass. And Katie Davis sitting just off the early speed on Amazing Athena for the David Duggan barn. Rolls on by the speed and outlasts the closers.
Yeah, I mean, she was always in the right spot. Katie put her in good position. The blinkers off helped her relax a little bit more. And I love when you see a trainer constantly thinking and tweaking things. And Dave Duggan hit on the right combination with the blinkers off today.
And that's all it took, as formful as it has been today. We got to carry over in the pick six again.
Whew. Well, you said the water was getting a lot deeper after the first couple of legs.
31 to 1, $64.18 winner. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be here with Dave Duggan, as just as what Richie said. Dave, about bringing this filly along, you said it took her a little bit of time to come to hand, but the blinkers off really helped her to switch off today.
Yeah, the adjustment period to American racing was obviously a little bit on the more difficult side. You know, she's a small little pony of a thing, but you know, we tried her first time out, didn't work. Second time out, Katie just said to me, says she was just doing too much on the front end. So it was an obvious choice. It was an easy choice. But she was training good into this race now. I mean, I knew she'd improved enough, but whether she'd improved enough to win at 3/4 was a little bit of a concern. But she's a cool little filly.
She is, as you said, she's not that big, but she's got some substance to her. She's pretty powerful looking.
She suits her and Katie, kind of a little match well together. So they worked well together. So
I like that.
yeah, the pick six people, I apologize. Yeah.
Got a big price there in the sequence. But that aside, for a trainer, it has to be rewarding when you see things come together and patience paying off like that.
Yeah, I mean, they make fools of you on a daily basis. And I think, like I said, you try different things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So, like I said, it worked for us today.
It certainly did. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you very much.
Greg.
Well done for this barn who, you know, he had said a few years ago he's thinking about walking away from the sport, but he's too stubborn to do it. And he obviously loves this game as well. And it paid off sticking around. Best years of his career have been the last 3-4 years. And he's on pace to break $1 million in earnings again this year.
It would have made a big loss for racing to lose somebody as dedicated, as smart, as good a horse person as Dave and his wife Lara is. They're a great combination. I can't say enough good things about them as human beings, and then obviously their horsemanship shines through. And I had a first row seat to watching their horsemanship when they were both working for John Kimmel, when John Kimmel was, you know, had champions like Hidden Lake, and Larry galloped them, and Dave was one of the top assistants along with Loretta Lustig and Vinnie DiPaolo. I mean, just a tremendous team at that time.
Drafted that big win on the Toboggan, that sensational race. If you've never seen it, go back, take a look. One of the big horses kind of turned things around for the barn. Good for David Duggan as we go to the finale coming up. This just one price. And again, now we have a double carryover into Saturday in the pick six.
Make an exciting day of racing tomorrow even more exciting.
Had a odds-on favorite defeated as well, and that Beldame with Gunsong, that contributed a bit as well. But no question, it's 31 to 1 shot. Tipped over the scales here. Off the turf in the nightcap, shortened from 1 1/16 to a mile. New York Reds maiden special weight. And Jack's World right now, I don't know what you do in this race. Debuted 1 1/16 on the turf, now gets dirt for Linda Rice.
Yeah, we've seen Linda Rice, though, surface switches, get a race under their belt, and the horses come back and respond well. And this horse is taking all the money.
Wow. Yeah, 2 to 1 favorite right now. 2 main track onlys do draw in. Hell's Kitchen, the 11. Speedster, the 12, who was not bet a lot on dirt first time out for John Terranova. Terrific card coming up, obviously, over the weekend. Take a look at the lineup. Hopefully you join us. Loaded with stakes action and contenders that we are hoping to see on championship weekend. Looking like that Woodward potentially going to be a very compact field. Meanwhile, Gallant Bloom, fillies and mares spurning, and this is the reason why Senza Parole scratched from earlier in the week, tackling this much tougher spot off that brilliant debut a summer ago at Saratoga, and then disappointed coming back, but now got to deal with our disaster here in this comeback spot.
You know, for a filly that ran, you know, twice in basically a year's time, right? August 23rd last year, August 24th this year, and has shown a lot of ability. So important to enhance her value by getting her either stakes placing or a stakes win. And when they haven't run but twice in a full year's time, you got to make the most of your opportunities when you get to run them. And Senza Paroli showed up here, scratched from a spot where she would have been an overwhelming favorite. And listen, she ran on well, but just wasn't good enough coming back. Probably a little bit short after setting fast fractions.
She, in some ways, 3-1. I think she should be a lot shorter than that in this race. Meanwhile, Sterling Silver, New York-bred 6-year-old mare for Bill Mott. And tried the turf, actually, with her last time out in the Yaddo. Gallant Bloom, though, from last year, had to deal with ways and means.
Yeah, I don't think that listen, the good field, I don't think she's facing any ways and means. She's a really good closing sprinter, too. She has stretched out effectively. She actually ran okay on turf last time in the Yaddo. She's ultra consistent, 1.1 million in earnings. I mean, you got to admire and respect this mare, and she's going to get some pace to close into.
She's dangerous, obviously has ability on her best day, which doesn't always show up. That Johnstone, certainly bigger things were expected of her. Not her day in that performance. And then Senza Parole entered earlier in the week, opts out of that spot, and everyone thought the comeback was a foregone conclusion. She had been gone for just about a year to the day. She was sensational in that debut at Saratoga, and then she gets beat in the comeback effort this past summer for Chad Brown. I think most believe she's better than what we saw in that performance.
Yeah, I think so too. And listen, as good as Chad Brown is as a horse trainer and getting horses prepared off layoffs, she opened up here mid-stretch, like the race was over. And then she just kind of got a little leg weary, and let's not take anything away from the winner's effort. Roswell, she ran. She came and got her. And Roswell has those kind of races. She's a bit inconsistent, but Senza Parole now has a race under her belt after a year layoff. Should be better for that effort. And the fact that Chad says, you know what, we're not going for allowance race. We're going to try to get this mare graded stakes win or placing, I think speaks volumes of the confidence he has in her.
Yeah, it's a real positive that you see that move from one of the best barns in the game. So that's coming up tomorrow. Part of our incredible coverage on Saturday afternoon. Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, 4:10 Eastern start time. Belmont of the Big A, you don't want to miss it. Be part of the Naira Bets contests and get into that Saturday contest as well. Cash prizes, bragging rights up for grabs. Registration closes before Belmont of the Big A's third on Saturday. Go to nairabets.com/contests to get signed up and involved. Good luck. Nightcap coming up. And that right there, the favorite in a race that changed distance, shortened up to a mile, changed surfaces, moved to the dirt. Jack's World, Linda Rice, Dylan Davis. Debut came on the grass at a mile and a 16th. Dirt debut when we come back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results, with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000 not anybody else wants $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, 5 graded stakes races, including the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic and the Vosburg, presented by Army Mule, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Join us Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Trice, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gun Runner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Program brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. As we get set for the nightcap coming up, beautiful Friday afternoon at South Ozone Park, New York, with this finale coming up.
It is a beautiful day. You kind of get that almost Indian summer thing kind of going on, right?
Jack's World, this is your favorite. 8-5 now. While we were gone, even more money is poured in. Dylan Davis will ride. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And I think in large part because of the fact that this horse does stay in for Linda Rice, it seems to be kind of a vote of confidence with this race coming off the turf, as this is the other half of the 6th race that we saw earlier. There were so many New York breds entered into this 2-year-old field that they ended up splitting into 2 races. So this the other division of the 6th race. And as far as Jack's World is concerned, it's what we call a blank first and second dam, and that there's no stakes caliber horses in the first 2 generations. And on top of that, this horse worked 10-2, which is a rather pedestrian workout at the OBS March 2-year-old sale, and yet still sold for $150,000, which I thought was certainly saying something about the way that this horse was put together. Very good looking individual. I certainly will give him that. I thought that he was off slow on debut and actually did run on pretty well late in that first race, and certainly from the barn you would anticipate needing a start. I would maybe prefer him on the turf overall, but I don't mind him on the dirt because he's strong, especially in the hind end, which I think is one of the biggest pieces of it as horses go onto the dirt. A less forgiving surface perhaps than the turf as well, and he's been a true professional here in the paddock too. The number 6 Twirling Lad for Horacio De Paz, who looks for his 2nd win with a 2-year-old in an off the turf race today. This one actually debuted on the dirt first time out. I thought getting onto the turf last time very intriguing, as in the pedigree. This one, the 2nd dam, is Caroline Thomas, graded stakes winner in Grade 1 place. Longer the better on the turf. Now this guy is pretty athletic though, pretty handy, and I think that's the Twirling Candy influence. I again prefer him on the turf, but he ran okay on the dirt, and he was more forward last time out as well. When he came in here, he was much sharper. Once they got the tack on, he settled really well here, and it's much quieter now too. This will also be his 2nd start with the blinkers on, and I do think that he makes quite a bit of sense in this spot as well. The 7 Gaming Wizard, he also stays in. He was another one that I was really interested in if this race stayed on the turf. I thought he ran pretty well in there. He's a massive horse, very big individual, and while Game Winner you don't necessarily think of turf, in the pedigree there are some dirt horses, but the better ones are turf runners, including the 2nd dam Duda, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. Very good turf horse. Again, would like him on the turf, but he's so big that I think he's a horse that probably needed to really kind of race into fitness. So one that I'm going to watch with interest in here, as he seems like he's a bit of a rough type of horse that's continuing to improve and get more refined with each start. The number 11, Hell's Kitchen, is one of 2 main track onlys, and he started his career on the turf. He has a turf hoof, a massive flat hoof on him, and I often do prefer the City of Lights on the grass. Now he stretches out in distance, which I appreciate. I think he'll like more distance, very athletic and well put together. But as far as pedigree in the bottom side, the dam is the sister to Akalina, who's the dam of Governor Malibu, ran in the Belmont Stakes, was a good dirt horse. Also the sister to Kitty Panda, who's the dam of Panda Gate, long New York bred dirt horse as well. So there's plenty of dirt influence in there. We'll see what he can do switching over, but certainly one that looks like he was ready for this second start, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Riders up, post parade coming up. And we'll start with the 2, Tim and Sam. Horacio de Paz, Ricardo Santana Jr. Start number 3, first on dirt.
Yeah, the Grand Dam, mare called Draw, it was grade 1 placed on dirt, so you got to dig a little, but there is some dirt pedigree there.
Still the favorite at 9-5, the Linda Rice runner, Jack's World.
I thought it ran well on debut on turf. Definitely more turf on the female side of the family.
Twirling Lad debuted in a race that came off the grass. Muddy sealed track, ran a distant third.
Yeah, distant third, but ran okay, so at least you have something to go on as far as dirt form.
Ken McPeak Barn, Gaming Wizard.
Horse that broke slow on debut and finished with interest is the right surface.
The Blue Wave, big price, 45-1.
Would have to improve dramatically to be competitive.
2 sprints, though, stretching out for a barn that comes in from out of town, from Finger Lakes. Kotlikoff, Bill Mott, first-time starter.
Yeah, they keep this one in, even though it was meant for dirt. Half to Scythian, who is a good turf performer, but also has run well on dirt.
Hell's Kitchen, main track only entrant, Mike Maker, Flavian Pratt.
I thought this horse was interesting, changing surfaces. The mare has produced some successful dirt horses.
And things didn't go right from the outset for Speedster, who actually debuted in a race meant for dirt.
Yeah, and was well beaten. Now stretches out, gets a good outside draw. The mare was a 9-time winner on dirt, and this is a half to a couple of dirt runners, including a horse named Gandolfini, who is well thought of out in the West Coast. I think I might go with the 11, Hell's Kitchen. Like what I see. One of my dear friends, Jess Iglesias, grew up in Hell's Kitchen. You know, you got to be tough if you grow up in Hell's Kitchen, right? I mean, just a place named Hell's Kitchen.
Probably, I would assume. I mean, you got to be tough from where you grew up as well. So that's your selection right there. Main track only entrant. Debuted sprinting on the turf. We'll see if this son of City of Light can move up on dirt. May really not need to. It's not going to take a whole lot probably to beat this field, is it?
No, you know, it's one of those races. I don't really want anybody at too short a price because I just think there's too many questions to be answered. This horse is by City of Light. He was a terrific dirt performer himself. And, you know, when in doubt, I lean on things that make sense to me. And Jess Iglesias being from Hell's Kitchen, I'm all in. I was from Gravesend. Gravesend, Hell's Kitchen, there's a connection here, huh?
Sounds even rougher. And the stories you've told me
nah,
back it up.
Nah, it was good Italian neighborhood.
Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, 9-5 favorite, Jack's World. So 3-2 on this one here, who did get the benefit of going a mile and a 16th in the debut. That was on turf. So try and get a mile here on dirt for start number 2. Just became such a more difficult race moving surfaces.
Again, there's just so many questions, right? Horses trying the dirt for the first time or horses that were entered to be on the dirt. And don't you find it interesting, too, that with the 11 Hell's Kitchen, ran on turf, didn't run terribly in a turf sprint, and now he was entered for main track only. So he's one of 2 horses that were specifically looking for this race to come off the turf.
Back to Acacia.
And a first-time starter, as Richie mentioned, with a big pedigree, is the number 10, Kotlikoff, if I could say it, as this one is the half to Scythian, yes, who won that Miss Grillo as a 2-year-old on the turf. And had an advantageous way of doing it and then went into the Breeders' Cup off of that, as when she won that stake, there was a horse that took out several on the turn in the stretch there, bolting. But as far as she was concerned, she was a horse that I thought was kind of precocious, never really filled into herself and rather lanky. I feel kind of the same about this guy, as he is by Tacitus, who's 3 for 40 with his progeny. A lot of the ones that I've seen are just kind of big, long striding, want more distance, not necessarily kind of quick or agile. And this horse does debut with blinkers on as well. I think it's just kind of to get a race into him, to be completely honest. He is built a bit more like a turf horse. I will say he has been professional, just kind of lacking any sort of intensity really in the preliminaries here. But the number 12 Speedster, I was in the paddock for his first race and he was incredibly green prior to the race. He was sidestepping while saddling. He was tossing his head around. He was really hard to handle prior to the race. And I know he got knocked around at the start, but then he just never ran on after that. He is a main track only. He's been so much more settled and professional in here today. I don't know if he has any ability, but he has been acting way better than he did first time out, and we'll see if there's any improvement there. But Richie, I too landed on Hell's Kitchen. I actually used to live there in college, my first apartment by myself in Hell's Kitchen. So know the neighborhood very well, and I love it and miss it a lot.
There's something about Hell's Kitchen and you, Acacia. I mean, you're tough and you're intrepid. You go on the train. I just don't want to see you in Hell's Kitchen. Sorry.
I don't live there anymore, but yes, you do have to be tough and certainly got to watch yourself. But I loved living there. It was awesome.
How do you think that area got its reputation? She's tougher than she looks. 8-5. Jack's World, the 4 here. I just have a real hard time trying to say you're going to make anyone 8-5 in this race.
It's too many questions to be answered. Listen, he may win and he'll run to those odds, and you know, there's worse angles than taking Linda Rice with a second-time starter. It's just the surface switch at a short price. Although Hell's Kitchen's starting to take a lot of money now because everybody knows now that Acacia lived in Hell's Kitchen.
Pratt for Maker, one of the main track onlys from that second to the outside post. There's another look in those Flying P hot pink silks.
Well posted too, towards the outside, 1 turn mile, long run to that far turn.
I still think, I mean, Speedster didn't run at all, no question, the 12 in that debut, but was meant to go on dirt, right back in on dirt again, and things can obviously go wrong, did go wrong. Broke in, steadied, so I kind of forgive that debut a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, any first-time starter, you know, everything's new. Yes, they've been to the starting gate. They've been through the routine, but they haven't gone to the gate with a full field of horses. You go to the gate in the mornings, Greg, you're with another horse or 2, maybe 3, and you're all working together. Now you're going with 10 or 12, and you're all working against each other. It's a completely different experience, and you can't replicate it.
We already know because of randomized getting beat certainly didn't help either, but a 31-1 shot in that turf sprint back in the 8th. Pick 6 carryover, 2-day carryover into Saturday. But if you're alive at the pick 5, some big payoffs coming your way as well. Favorite, Jack's World, the 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Kitchen and Speedster to the outside. Speedster hesitates briefly and backs away again. Now in. And they're off. Gaming Wizard breaks with speed, but now rushing up is Twirling Lad, and Twirling Lad puts a neck in front. Also right there is Hell's Kitchen towards the far outside in the pink blinkers, and Gaming Wizard didn't want to get caught behind horses, now muscles on through. They are lined up across the racetrack here as they come out of the chute, and Gaming Wizard with a nose in front. Back for more is Twirling Lad to the outside Hell's Kitchen. Watching them, that's Speedster out in the center of the racetrack and a ground-saving jury. That's Tim and Sam at the rail, and that's the leading 5. Trying to keep up. Here comes Jack's World, now in 6th, put about 4 lengths on the Blue Wave, who's trying to catch rivals, and far, far back, that lone trailer is Cut the Clough. They're approaching a half mile left to go, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile, and it was pressured. Gaming Wizard is in front. Twirling Lad is back to second. Here comes a re-rally from Hell's Kitchen towards the outside. Drafting in behind them, Tim and Sam. Is in hand, is progressing, and also here comes a run from the Jack's World. Jack's World starts to run on. Speedster is going to be very wide. Gaming Wizard is controlling things up front. Is approaching a quarter mile left to go. Went 45.51 for a half mile time. Gaming Wizard and Christopher Elliott was looking over his right shoulder. It was a confident look, but here comes Jack's World in full pursuit. But Gaming Wizard is opening up again. Gaming Wizard is now opening up by many lengths. This is going to be a dominant victory. Now starts to weave throughout the stretch. But full of run inside the final 16th, no doubt. Gaming Wizard wins it easy. Jack's World was second, then Hell's Kitchen, and Cut the Clough in 1 minute 37.23 seconds.
Drifting out significantly in the stretch, but it did not matter. What a huge margin Gaming Wizard had on this group. Breaks his maiden here, start number 2 in the dirt debut. Ken McPeak-Barn with Christopher Elliott.
Now, he was much the best and just kept finding, really kicked for home and went on. Now, Christopher Elliott's a young rider, didn't lose his apprentice allowance that long ago, and he's going to learn with experience. You don't ride young horses this hard when they're getting that clear. He started drifting out because of the pressure he was put under. And I know, listen, you don't have a rearview mirror as a rider. Things get quiet. You're not sure where everybody else is. But you don't want to be 5 or 6 lengths in front and go into the crop. So he goes out him left-handed, and that's when the horse got to veering from that pressure, the outside. Just take care of him. Keep the bit in his mouth. Make it a good experience for him. This was a very impressive effort, but you don't want to get into horses that hard, winning by that many lengths.
7, 4, 11, 10. Gaming Wizard at 4-1 to close out this Friday action. As mentioned, we already knew coming in, pick 6 carryover, 2-day carryover into Saturday. Talk about a no doubt about it performance.
Yeah, and he actually ran
this field.
He actually ran faster than the other division of this race that was run earlier by almost a full second.
Yeah, 137.23 here in this effort. Ken McPeak, Gaming Wizard, Harold Lerner, had a lot of wins, those two combined. We'll be back to wrap up this nightcap on our Friday action when we come back.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A nice way to wrap up the card with the 2-year-olds as Gaming Wizard gets the win for trainer Kenny McPeak. And I'm very happy to be joined by Jimmy Jerkins, who has been overseeing the Belmont string here for Kenny. And Jimmy, you've been doing a terrific job, as those of us certainly know your horsemanship. It has to be really rewarding, especially with young horses when they do things like that.
Yeah, it's a good bunch we have right now. And, you know, especially with this guy, he's come a long way. He was very roguey when he first came. We could barely get him around the track. That doesn't seem that long ago either, but he's made great strides. A lot of people have worked really hard with him. Kelvin, the rider, and Chepo, his groom. He's, you know, it took a lot of patience. But, you know, we tried him on the turf first time because he had shown so little. You know, he's a beautiful horse, but he just didn't show much, and he ran really well. He was very slow early, but he really finished. And then since that race, he's been like a different horse. He's trained very forward. And you know, the question was if we were going to keep him in, and I said I think we might as well give it a try. I said he's in a good frame of mind right now, and if he's ever going to do it, I think it's now. So it worked out.
Oh, he certainly did it, and winning by open lengths like that. And he had such a lovely turf pedigree, as you and I were discussing, with Duda being the second dam and kind of giving an inclination to that. But, I mean, it seems like he can handle both surfaces.
That's good. It's good to know. You know, it's good to have. You know, he's putting us through a lot so far, but maybe, you know, we'll reap the rewards at the end.
Has to be incredibly rewarding for sure. And for Christopher Elliott, too, a young rider. I know the barn employing a lot of young riders that have been working horses and working really hard. He rode this horse first time, too, and seemed pretty excited about that win today.
Yeah, he is. He's a great kid. And you know what really impresses me? I think he rides the turf very well. Whenever you see a young kid learn to ride the turf well, they usually turn out to be decent jockeys.
I'll always appreciate your insight and getting a chance to catch up with you, and congratulations to the whole team.
Thanks again.
Greg?
How about that, having someone with what he's accomplished in his career running your string in New York?
Strong. And Kenny McPeak was very smart to hire Jimmy Jerkins. I love Jimmy. We've been friends for my entire lifetime on the racetrack. Rode for him, a lot of success, and much like his father, they just speak the horse language.
2-day carryover in the pick 6 into Saturday on the big day we have with all those stakes races over $110,000. Gonna make it even more fun. But if you weren't thinking about tuning in, now you have 110,000 reasons to do so, in addition to this lineup of the stars we're going to see on this card. Again, Woodward, we talked about, probably going to be a pretty light field with who shows up in that race. But these other races, we got a 2-time Breeders' Cup Turf winner in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic in Rebels Romance. What do you think about his chances?
Oh, I think he's got a tremendous chance. I'm a little bit with the now horse, the 4-year-old El Cordobas. Gets another good inside draw. You get Johnny Velasquez, who's still riding in tremendous form. But yeah, definitely the path to the winner's circle is through the Godolphin duo.
No question. And can Farbridge get the kind of trip he wants? Can he beat someone the likes of the quality level of a Rebels Romance, who is still going into to try and win a third Breeders' Cup race? It has not happened a lot.
No, I mean, has any horse ever won 3 Breeders' Cups?
Golden Clover, right?
That's right, she did. She won 3 Breeders' Cup miles, so yes, that's for sure. And listen, it's a shame that the Woodward came up with such a light field, because we're going to have some scratches, and it looks like it could be a 3-horse field, but wasn't the Woodward the race that Spectacular Bid had a walkover? So at least we have a field, or a small field, but
Phileas Fogg locked, going to show up in that spot. We'll see Phileas Fogg be able to control with who's left in that race pretty easily.
Won't be dealing with any rabbits this time.
Yeah. We will see on Saturday. Our coverage begins 12:30 Eastern start time on FS2. We hope you see it tomorrow. You do not want to miss a tremendous field. A lot of names you're going to see potentially showing up on Breeders' Cup Championship weekend. Gunsong, big upset, grade 2. Beldame, will she tackle Torpedo and a Breeders' Cup distaff? That's likely what is next. After getting by randomized in this big victory, Rebels Romance, 2-time winner Breeders' Cup Turf. We will see him in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic on his way to try and get a 3rd Breeders' Cup Turf. Stablemate, our Cordobas, Coming off a Grade 1 win of the Sword Dancer, Kit Farbridge get back in the winner's circle. 3-time Grade 1 winner with a tough test on Saturday.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.